Got it to Besser in front, backhander scores! The puck back in. Campoli trying to clear it. Burrows is pressed. Lost the puck loose to Edwards. Back in for Alex Burrows. It's up in the air. Now McKinnon the side. Oh! With the left glove! Are you kidding me? What a save!
Hey, Canucks Nation. Brandon Alston here, play-by-play for the Edmonton Canucks. You've got it locked on the line change. Vancouver Canucks podcast.
What's up, Canucks Nation? Welcome back to the Line Change postgame show. And if you're new, welcome to the postgame show and welcome to the Line Change. Of course, the Vancouver Canucks lose by a final score of 4-0 against those dastardly LA Kings. Pretty brutal game. If you guys were on Kempner's stream earlier where he was doing his watch party, obviously I was on there for 2/3 of the game. Ended up, staying on for longer than the first intermission, which was great. So I apologize in advance that I don't have really a whole lot of notes for the game because I was on the stream. So I was my focus was kind of distracted, but that's okay. We still had a great time with Rev Trev and Kempner, as well as Swerve and Urban, who jumped on as well. Not too much to talk about when it comes to this game. But as I mentioned, the Canucks lose by a score of 4-0, as you guys can see here. So no offense from the Canucks here. They didn't score, didn't get a goal. They got shut out. But we did see a little bit of fireworks towards the end of the game there. And I believe Verlander got booted out of the game with like a minute something left. Not quite sure what happened there and why he of all people got booted out. I did see him kind of look like he was chirping the Kings bench. So perhaps maybe a Kings player said something to him and he didn't like it and was like, rah, 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 right back. Mind you, we all saw Verlander had a bit of a frustrating game tonight. And we saw, obviously they showed him on camera at the bench, kind of, unhappy about something. We even saw, I believe it was it McLean, kind of, give him a shot to the shoulder, kind of be like, enough of that. But hey, we like seeing that frustration out of him. We haven't really ever seen that from Verlander. So obviously he was not happy with himself on that specific play. I believe he was at like almost a 3-minute shift, if I'm not mistaken. But let's go dive into the goals. I know it's literally no Canuck goals. It's just all LA Kings, but we'll dive into it because we always do that here on the postgame show. So obviously starting off with the first period, you had Scott Laughton scoring his 11th of the season on the power play, assisted by Byfield and Trevor Moore at 17:34 of the first period to make it 1-0 LA. That was the only goal in the first period. Moving on to the second, you had Trevor Moore scoring his 10th of the season, assisted by Mikey Anderson and Alex Laferriere at 1:21 into the second period to make it 2-0 LA. And then you had Artemi Panarin scoring his 26th of the season, assisted by Adrian Kempe at 19:21 so towards the end of the second period there to make it 3-0 LA. I believe Kempner mentioned on his stream that he has Panarin in his fantasy. So do I. So I appreciate the goal, Breadman. But, it would have been nice for a Canuck goal for sure. Then, of course, we move on to the third period. We had Quentin Byfield scoring an empty netter at 17:36 of the third period, assisted by Mikey Anderson and Drew Doughty. So Mikey Anderson with a 2-point game for the LA Kings. And so did Trevor Moore. He had a 2-point night as well. And it is a little, actually, scratch that. That is a 3-point. 2-point? Yeah, 2-point night. I was right. But Drew Doughty getting the secondary assist on that Byfield goal. You hate to see Drew Doughty, the guy who absolutely loves Vancouver, by the way. That's sarcasm. We all know, we've heard Doughty's quotes in the past how he absolutely despises, coming to Vancouver. Well, we don't really like you too much either. So, but anyway, that ends up being your final score, 4-0 by the LA Kings. Again, not too much to talk about when it comes to goals. Let's take a look at the game stats. Kings outshot the Canucks 38-19 in this game. Face-off percentage was absolutely dreadful for the Canucks in this one. We don't normally see this. Usually Canucks are a little bit better in the faceoff. They were only 11 for 42 in the faceoff, which is atrocious, while the Kings were 31 for 42, which was a 73.8%. Now, power plays, only 2 power plays for the Canucks. They didn't end up scoring on either of them, obviously with being shut out, but the Kings went 1 for 2, so they were 50% on the faceoff. I'm seeing here, Canucks had 39 minutes in penalties. Whoa. 10 more than the Kings. So obviously there was probably a lot of penalties. This probably had to do with the end of the game. Hits were 23 to 14 in favor of the Kings. Block shots were 13 even. Canucks had 16 giveaways. The Kings had 11. And then takeaways were 4 to 2 in favor of the Canucks. Really, the only thing that they really did better at the Kings is the takeaways, but it didn't lead to any goals. So didn't really mean much. Speaking of shots on goal, we got shots on goal per period. Once again, the Canucks do not manage to get double-digit shots at all in this game for any period. The Canucks went 7 shots in the first, 5 in the second, and then 7 in the third. The only time they outshot the Kings was by 1 in the third period, which still did not lead to a goal. 15-7 for the Kings in the first, 17-5 in the second. Oh, remember how Kempner was asking me earlier how he's like, what's your, on a scale of 1 to 10, where's your angry level at? Remember I said a 4 or 5? I think that's moved up to about maybe a 7, maybe almost an 8 after this game. Seeing that 17-5 outshot in one period alone grinds my gears a little bit. But of course, the Kings 6 shots in the third, Canucks had 7, but they still end up outshooting us 38-19, which is still pretty dreadful. Looking at the player stats, we have Brock Besser at -2. Probably going to surprisingly, there isn't too many minuses in this one for at least the forwards. But Besser was a -2, 14 minutes and 36 seconds of ice time. Zeros across the board when it comes to shots, blocks, or hits. Drew O'Connor -1, 19 minutes and 34 seconds. So O'Connor got a bump up when it comes to ice time, almost 20 minutes. 2 shots. Niels Höglander, who was, of course, back in the lineup, but he just under 10 minutes for Niels Höglander. 1 hit. Elias Pettersson, a -2, 16 minutes and 54 seconds of ice time. So O'Connor had more ice time than Petey. A little surprising there. 2 shots, 2 blocks. Teddy Bluger, 17 minutes and 34 seconds of ice time, 3 shots, 1 hit. Atu Ratu, 12 minutes and 10 seconds with 3 hits. So once again, Ratu continues to dish out the hits, of course, that I've absolutely loved seeing as of late. Max Sasson, 10 minutes and 16 seconds of ice time with 1 block, 1 hit. Jake DeBrusk, a -1, 17 minutes and 12 seconds of ice time with 3 shots, 1 block. Evander Kane, 18 minutes and 41 seconds of ice time with 1 shot, 2 blocks. Liam Ogren, a -1, 13 minutes and 36 seconds of ice time, 2 shots. Marco Rossi, who is a -2, 14 minutes and 29 seconds of ice time with 1 shot. Linus Karlsson, a -1 with 17 minutes and 6 seconds of ice time with 2 hits. So Karlsson actually had more ice time than both Petey and Rossi, just barely past Petey. So obviously, that is a good thing to see. Karlsson is getting some minutes in this one. So that is great to see. Looking towards the defensemen, we already talked about Verlander and him kind of looking like he got booted out of the game. A -1, 21 minutes and 29 seconds of ice time. So a second shy of Zebuyam. So that is second highest for defensemen. Obviously, Hronik with 25 there. P.O. Joseph, 15 minutes and 21 seconds of ice time, 2 shots, 1 block, 1 hit. And then, as we mentioned, Hronik, who was a -1, 25 minutes and 7 seconds of ice time, 1 shot, 2 blocks, 2 hits. Buyam, a -1, 21 minutes and 30 seconds of ice time, 1 block. DPD, a -1, 15 minutes and 35 seconds of ice time, 1 shot, 1 block, 1 hit. Marcus Pettersson, -2, no surprise there. 19 minutes and 7 seconds of ice time, 1 shot, 1 block, 1 hit. And then, of course, Kevin Lankinen, 3 goals allowed. Obviously, one of the 4 goals was an empty netter. So he only allowed 3 goals, and he did have 34 saves on 37 shots. So still managed to eclipse that 30 save mark. didn't play terrible tonight. I thought he was actually okay. He had a 919 save percentage, and of course he got pulled with almost 5 minutes left in the game. And I know a lot of people are scratching their heads at, Lankinen starting a 5th straight game. A lot of people thought it should have been Tolo, myself included. And that's not just because I'm a big YOLO Tolo guy. I think he's due, Urban said it best earlier. It's been 12 days since he played. Yes, he let in 5 goals in that game, but it's been 12 days. Let the kid play. But as what Irvin alluded to as well, and I believe he mentioned this on Headspace, perhaps they're maybe showcasing Lankinen a little bit here to potentially trade him in the offseason, which I think I've said already that I could see Lankinen moving. I think G mentioned Edmonton, heaven forbid, send him to Edmonton. Honestly, jokingly, I would say if Edmonton still had Skinner, I'd take Skinner over Jari. If you guys want to throw a Skinner, we'll take Skinner, and you guys can take Lankinen. He's playing pretty darn well with Pittsburgh, but maybe that would hurt the tank a little bit. Who knows? But those are the stats, and we actually have a special guest joining us for this post game. You may have heard of him before, but we've got Mr. Let me just bring it up here. We got Mr. Justin Credible.
Whoop. How's it going, Taylor?
How's it going, buddy? Good to see you. Thank you for doing this.
No worries. I'm up anyway. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I had to bump this back a little bit. I was not expecting to be on with Kempner for as long as I was. Not that I'm complaining, but I had to push this back a little bit so I could get everything ready. And then actually...
Oh, good. It worked out.
Yeah, watch a little bit of the game, just a little bit. Not much to watch, but a little bit.
I was just about to say, there wasn't much to watch tonight, honestly. So it's good that you and I agree.
Yeah, I'm looking at my notes. I got my notes still from the Anaheim game. That's how many notes I have for tonight's game.
That is crazy.
I figure we could maybe look into some of the post-game comments. I did see Brock Besser spoke in the post-game. I wonder if Foote said anything worthwhile. Probably not, considering how bad that last post-game, or was it a post-game where he kind of said a jumbled mess? They were asking him about Lankinen and Tolo, and he just completely looked like he, I don't know, was talking in the mirror or something. He didn't make a lick of sense.
It made no sense. He didn't really answer the question. He just kind of went in circles with what he was saying, and it just was a bunch of jumbled up words,
Yeah, it's
something
like,
kind of what we've expected from Foote and management in general this year is just, a bunch of word vomit.
I was just about to say, like what Big Brain likes to say is word vomit, or some people say word salad.
Yeah.
But I didn't actually watch it. I didn't have to watch it. I just read a transcription of what he said about Lankinen, and I was just like, what the
that was my reaction too when I read it. I was just like, what are you trying to answer? Like it didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, I might end up watching it back just so I can actually listen to it myself, and I'll probably just be like, the fuck are you saying? Like, are you listening to yourself talk right now? Because I'm hearing all these words. I'm hearing a whole bunch of
Yep. First thing
probably a whole lot of probably a whole lot of
we were right there, and
no.
Yep. Exactly.
If I rewatch that, I'll probably be too busy looking at his fucking nose than anything. Too distracted by his nose. It's like, dude, how have you not gotten that thing fixed? Maybe I could be wrong. He may have, and it may just not be. It may be unfixable.
That's the thing. You would think 70 games in, that this would have been addressed by now. Especially when they're answering questions after every game, right? So it's just like common practice. You would think that they would be much more well-versed at this point in the season, but it's just, it is what it is.
Yeah, you would think the PR team would give him some kind of cards for him to look at.
Oh man, don't even get me started
on
the
PR
team.
Just read what the cards say. Just read the cards.
Just read what the card in the teleprompter says.
Yeah.
It's all scripted for you.
Yeah,
So,
just give him a teleprompter so he knows what he has to say. But I didn't
I
want to
think
talk.
that would be giving them too much credit on its own. So,
Very true, very true. Your thoughts on the little brouhaha that we saw at the end of the game? I wasn't able to talk too much about it because Kempner was having a great time with that. I'll admit I wasn't too fond of Bouillon dropping the gloves, just because it's Bouillon. You're not meant to be a fighter. I don't want you getting hurt.
exactly. That was my reaction too. Like, I know it was probably the most exciting part of the game to see a little bit of bite, a little bit of snarl, but definitely not the guy you want to be seeing do that. And my first reaction was like, this is such a bad look on the team. Yes, you want to see the young guys be pissed off and not be happy about losing, but at the same time, it makes you wonder that if a young guy is stepping up to the plate to show some sort of toughness and some sort of team camaraderie, like where are the veterans on this team? Like, I know the veterans are not known for fighting, but isn't that why we got, Douglas, even though he wasn't in the lineup? Isn't that why we signed Evander Kane to show some toughness and some grit to protect the stars? And, I know even I'm calling out DeBrusque, Besser, even EP40, those guys are not known for fighting, and nor should they be. But team toughness is something that this team is sorely lacking. And not saying that you have to go out there and pick a fight with the biggest guy, but grab someone. EP40, Besser, DeBrusque, the veterans on this team, Marcus Pedersen, grab someone, pull a jersey, just show some team toughness. And none of the vets stepped up. And it's just disappointing to see that we have to rely on the young guys to have this, we're pissed off at losing mentality when it should be the vets that are leading by example, right? So, and this is why another reason why I think we need to rebuild the core. The core has totally aged out, and the word vomit that they throw on the season ticket renewal letter out there saying that, we have an exciting new core ready to go forward with. I'm just like, what core? Right? So it's just a bunch of baloney, and it's nothing to be surprised of with this organization, right? But I'm calling out all the vets tonight, in a lackluster effort where you're getting dominated in all facets of the games. I know it's the dog days of the season, and you guys don't have much to play for, but show some team camaraderie, end off on a little bit of a good note. We've got last place secured by quite a while, right? So, it's okay to score some goals. It's okay to maybe win a game every now and then. Show some fight and show some of the guys that, you're not going to go down easy, and set a good example going into the summer, right? And off season for the young guys to take away into their summer training programs and come back hungrier than ever, right? So,
yeah.
This season can't end soon enough, and I just wish the Canucks vets stepped up more this year to show some of that. So,
yeah, I mean, in regards to that little brouhaha at the end, where the fuck was Kane? Like, dude, of course it's the one game, or I know Douglas has sat a couple now, but of course it's the game that we sit him, that something, brouhaha happens. I did notice, I don't know if you noticed this, because, I was obviously, my attention was divided. I kept having to look back.
Yep.
But I noticed it looked like Brant Clark, who was getting into it with Bouillon, he kind of gave him a bit of a cheap shot. Like when the referee was in between them, he gave him a bit of it. I was like, you mother. Like, that's when I was like, okay, Douglas, come on.
Yeah,
I know you're in the press box right now. Take off the tie. Let's just Superman it and let's go. Because remember in that last game, Douglas was, I forget who he was going after. He was going after a young guy. And I forget his name. Was it with the Ducks? Was it? I want to say, was it Lacombe? It was one of the Ducks' young guys who, Douglas kind of went at him after that hit on Marcus Pedersen. Kind of, stepped up to him, and he's just like, oh, nope, you're big. Hell no.
It's exactly. You don't want to mess with Douglas, just
No,
based
don't
on the
mess with
sheer
Douglas.
size of the guy. So
Yeah, don't mess with the mullet. Don't worry, I'll come up with a better nickname for him. But
I think even without Douglas in the lineup, a lot of teams are looking at the Canucks as pushovers. There's no one to really step up. If you want to exert your physical presence on this team, it's very easy to do so. And that's what's so disappointing about this team and this year in general is that every visiting team is coming into Rogers Arena and we're making it such an easy night for them to play there.
Yeah,
right? And it's
still
just
stuck on
so
8 wins.
disappointing. Like, this is supposed to be your home barn, your home ice advantage. And not saying that even if you're a bad team, you expect to make it tough for the other team to escape with 2 points, right? And way too many times this year have we just like folded and haven't given the type of effort that we needed to make it hard on those teams to get those 2 points. Most of the times we shot ourselves in the foot and we gave those 2 points so easily, and we just let them exert their will and execute their game plan, and we didn't really adjust that throughout the year, right? So it's what makes this home ice record this year so abysmal. Looking at it, like 8 home ice wins, and I don't even think we're gonna reach double digits, to be honest. Like, what, we have 3 more home games, and I think we're playing everyone's better than us, right? But at the same time, it just doesn't look good. It's a very easy place for teams to play in this year. And that's something that has to change if we're going to be rebuilding, is that as the young guys develop, as whichever veterans decide to stick around, we have to make sure that we're taking care of business on home ice. Even if we're going to be a bad team for 2 to 3 or 4 years for the rebuild, we got to at least send the message that if you're going to come into Vancouver, we're going to make it a tough night for you to try to get 2 points, right? So
yeah, definitely. I do like this from Urban. The mullet is better than the flow. Why did Besser nickname himself after Menstries? I don't know. I almost went with the flow, but mullet obviously sounded a lot better.
What did the flow come after Prince Charming? Because I feel like a lot of the fan base, I think, originally coined Besser as Prince Charming because of the way his hair looked and the way he kind of looked like the prince in Shrek.
He definitely looks.
Yeah,
I mean,
so I think that was kind of like where they coined that nickname, and they're like, "Oh, he's got such a good flow and everything," right? So, but I just
if they do a live action Shrek, there's your Prince Charming right there.
Exactly. So.
Go ahead, Brock. Brock, get some acting chops in. You literally fit the bill right there. Duo has
it might be a side gig
for both of us. Fellas, I need to know, do you prefer to draft second so we don't have to choose and make a mistake, or do you just prefer the first? Justin, I'll let you go first.
I would like to see them actually have some luck. With the history of the Canucks and how cursed we've been, it would be nice to see a changing of the guard and actually have something go our way for once. So I would say, even with the pressure of making a mistake, win the draft lottery and then take your bet. Take your pick, whether it's McKenna or Stenberg. Personally, I'm team McKenna because I think he's got the higher potential. Stenberg is probably more NHL ready than McKenna. But at the same time, like, why are you trying to rush more NHL ready into the lineup right away? This team isn't going to be winning anytime soon. So what's the rush, right? I would still go with the higher potential guy because this is what this team needs, is a game breaker, a guy that can control the play, a guy that can, make a difference when the time need calls for it, right? And I just feel like you see that more in spades with McKenna than Stenberg. And I think that's where the potential comes in. So I said, you got to go for first overall and, go for it. If you're going to wish you get second and then hope that you don't make a mistake because you're picking up with the guy that's left, you're already playing with a sort of mentality that you're not ready to make the risk and the bold steps needed in the rebuild. the fan base has already accepted that, if this is a proper rebuild, there's going to be pain ahead. There's going to be painful years ahead. So, risk it. You got to take risks to, be successful. Look at all the successful teams that won cups in the past. They've made calculated strategic decisions, but they've took risks as well. And I would love to see the Canucks do that and not play it safe. So
definitely. Yeah, I agree 100%. That's going to be my answer too. I mean, I just want to see them get first overall for starters, because, we've never had that. It would be cool. We can actually, it's not something like, not to get into a little bit of baseball, because, obviously I'm hyped for the Blue Jays opening day tomorrow. Rocking my Blue Jays stuff, was rocking the hat before I shaved all my hair off.
Yeah.
I don't want to get any hair in the hat that I normally wear is one of my favorite hats, so I don't want to ruin that. But no, obviously I'm hyped for opening day tomorrow, but not to throw in a Blue Jays reference. You know how the Jays are going to be putting up their pennant banner. They're probably going to celebrate it, which they should. You won the American League Championship. Then you got guys like fucking Sid Seixeiro, who's a freaking clown, saying, "Oh, they shouldn't be celebrating it. They didn't win the World Series." So what? They made it to. They won the pennant.
It was a successful season, so all the more for them to celebrate it. I know they fell short in the World Series, but at the same time, there was a lot of good that happened in last year's season for the Blue Jays, right? For them to recognize their achievements and success, right? So it's not just like something that we take for granted, right? And it's not easy to make it to the World Series. So I say, let the fans have their time and be in the moment and celebrate it, right? So
exactly. Yes, you could make the argument it's a participation thing, but they also have two banners up there from making the wild card when they got bounced out in those two wild card games. They got shut out in both of those wild card games. They got banners for that. They can have a banner for winning the pennant. They came so close. They were like a run away, a pitch away,
a millimeter,
so close.
yeah. So many plays.
Just let them celebrate that. And I tweeted it out earlier. Sid Seixeiro is a freaking clown. There's a reason why Tim McAuliffe is working for Sportsnet, and he went and did breakfast TV, because you're an idiot and you have terrible takes. And I think it was a Blue Jays former pitcher, Eric Swanson, ripped into him on Twitter. Basically said, "Take the mic away from this clown. Take his mic away. He doesn't know what he's saying." But, so I've never been a big fan of Sid. I can't even pronounce his name. Seixeiro. I've never been a big fan of his. Going back to, remember the score? They had the score on. I was never a big fan of him back then. I thought Tim was the better between him and Tim and Sid. I watched a lot of Tim and Sid. Not for Sid, but for Tim. And he actually made it bearable. I actually even tweeted that too. I was like, Tim made that show bearable. Because if it was just Sid or someone else, I would have been like, click. Yeah, no, watching that. So, and I think he's had terrible takes. He's always like ripping on the Leafs. Don't get me wrong. I like me some ripping on the Leafs. But
who doesn't?
Some of his takes are just horrid. And it's like, dude, shut up. Go back to breakfast TV. You seem to be good at that. Lay off the sports. Like, shut the F up. But a little bit of a sidetrack with the baseball stuff. Like I said, I'm hyped for tomorrow. I'm actually gonna watch the game tomorrow. Probably the first time I've watched an opening day in probably a few years. So I'm looking forward to that. Obviously, no Canucks on tomorrow, so that's gonna be a lot of fun. Who knows? Maybe I'll watch it with my the old man. Yeah, he said he's gonna watch it, so definitely looking forward to that.
A good plan to me. Exactly.
But yeah, getting back to these darn Canucks, and actually, Irvin, we're going to bring that up. I just have to open a tab for that. I haven't forgotten about that scouting draft simulator. I was actually talking to Irvin today after I had Tyson Cole on. By the way, if you guys haven't seen that interview with Tyson Cole, it's on the channel. Check it out. I did that quickly before I had to go do my errands and then go to physio. That's kind of why I missed the live Headspace earlier, because I was at physio. But I was, as I mentioned to you, I was watching a little bit before I came on here and saw Kirk pop on. Thought that was awesome. I even saw Tyrone. What was his name? Tyrone, who popped in. Drop a few F-bombs on Headspace. Probably the only time you're gonna hear F-bombs on Headspace.
I was just about to say it's historic.
Yeah. So I think you can give him a free pass on that. He didn't know.
Yeah.
But
sure.
definitely next time we have Gerald on for post game, obviously I'm going to, ask away about that experience.
Yeah.
I'll admit I'm extremely jealous just from some of the stuff he was saying. But I mean, if I ever win that type of experience, I got to get me some freaking equipment. I might have to start looking at that now just in case.
Yeah, no, I'm happy
even
for Gerald,
G dropped a few F-bombs too. I wonder if he. Oh yeah, I already
living
told
the
Gerald
life,
I am so over the moon happy for him. Granted,
he deserves
a
it,
little
man.
bit jealous. You got to play with freaking Jeff Courtnall. Oh yeah, deserves it totally. I mean, I would have been like, yo, put me in the net. Let me play goalie, and I'll show you how. I hope Lankinen's watching. This is how you do it.
Teach him.
No, I'm just kidding.
Show him a thing or two.
Do, yeah. Be like, this is how you don't get frantic in your crease. This is how you don't flop around like a dead fish, and get out of your net and be out of position. This is how you stay in position. No,
but it's
probably
such a change around, like from last year. How Lankinen's play has dropped off. Right after the extension and everything. Like he had a great year for us, and then we signed him, and we thought he was going to be a solid, backup to Demko, and we had one of the best goalie tandems in the division, right? With Demko staying healthy, we were saying, this tandem could be a top 5 tandem in the league, right? And God forbid, Demko can't stay healthy. Lankinen's play dropped off, and now we have like $13.5 million in goalies, and we're strapped because now we have to decide what we're going to do with Tolopilo, because Tolopilo has shown a lot of promise this year, and it looks like if we can't make a decision on one of our goalies, we're using up a roster spot to carry 3 goalies possibly next year, or risk, having another Seelovs situation unfold, which would be brutal.
Oh, yeah, I am dreading that. I'm dreading that choice because I really hope they don't
as soon as Tolopilo goes on waivers, some team is going to claim him. He's gone.
Yeah. Same. It was the same thing with Seelovs. If they put Seelovs on waivers, boom, gone. It's going to be the same thing with Tolo. Who doesn't want a 6'6" or 6'7", whatever he is? I know he's not 6'9", but he's pretty close to Douglas. He's like at least 6'6".
Yeah.
Who wouldn't want a big goalie like that? So, but yeah, let me see if I can bring up this scouting thing. Hopefully my internet does not mess around. I was worried about that when I was on there and with Tyson earlier. Actually, on that note, I did want to ask the question in Kempner's chat about my new adapter that I bought. I would say it's about 50-50. I've noticed a little bit of bad stuff, but maybe it's just the internet connection itself. But a little bit better. So about, I'd say 50-50. So let me look up the Scouting Draft Simulator. Ouch. On a side note, though, you guys ever get those paper cuts on your finger and it's underneath the nail? I got one of those earlier today, and it still fucking hurts. Whenever I touch that spot, those are the worst. They're even the smallest paper cut, freaking hurts. They're worse than actually kind of stabbing yourself almost in a way.
No,
which
is
those
tiny ones
odd to say because you would think slightly. Oh, yeah, they're brutal. Okay, I think this is it. Scouting. And as I mentioned, we'll take a look at Besser's comments post game. I did see mention how they kind of drifted away from the game plan. I did see that little bit of that quote, so we'll definitely check that. Let's see if I can. Whoa, Okay. NHL Draft Simulator. I assume this is it. Yeah, I think this is it. Let's go with solo draft. Here, let me share this. Remove that. Boom. We'll go over to here. Oop. I always forget to click the second person when I go to my screen cap one. But I got the link, Urban. I recognized it from the message you sent me on it. So hopefully this works. Let me see here. Oh, yeah, that's way too small.
Yeah,
There
my eyes is.
Well, here. I can spruce it up a little bit.
There you go.
There we go. That's better. Also, at least I adjusted my monitor brightness because I noticed when I was with Kempner, my face was it looked like I was pasty as hell.
Really?
So I kind of, it's from my ring light. So I turned down my actual screen brightness because I guess because the StreamYard, it's got a white background. So it was beaming a whole bunch of light at me and I looked like I was, pasty as heck. So I turned down my brightness and it actually works out a lot better. So let's check this out. Select your team. Unfortunately, Vancouver. Randomization factor. I'm gonna leave the settings as they are.
It's gonna run the lottery.
Let's run the draft lottery first, and let's go. You're on the clock. Duh. Go on, McKenna. Duh.
Yeah.
Okay, Rangers get Stenberg. Is that Chicago gets Veerhoff? Is that Calgary gets Reed? Smits goes 5. San Jose gets Bjork. Lawrence, Winnipeg. This feels like fantasy draft. This is cool.
Yeah, this is neat.
Who's that? Who's SE gets Malhotra at 10?
Seattle?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess that's Seattle. Wow, Malhotra goes 10. I figured he'd be almost top 5, maybe.
Well, I mean, I can sort of see it falling like that. Veerhoff and Chase Reed.
Okay, we're approaching the 20, so we're getting close to the Minnesota pick, I believe. 22, that looks like Columbus. Montreal. 23. Oh, right, I get to pick. Okay, well, crap.
Taking the Rocks.
Oh, heck yeah. What the heck? Get Ruck with that 25th pick. And let's just hope no one picks Marcus. Yeah, let's hope Marcus doesn't get picked before we get to pick again. Yeah, this is definitely a lot like fantasy drafts.
Oh, who was it?
Calgary. Who's CA? Is that
Calgary?
Carolina. Fuck you.
It's okay. Pedersen for Rock, straight up.
Oh yeah. There you go. You guys want Petey? We'll take Marcus.
You've wanted Petey for so long.
So I guess it just does the first round.
Yeah, I think it was just the first round.
Not bad though. Not bad. Obviously, McKenna number 1. Surprise Rangers move up to 2nd in this one. So, I mean, Stenberg would probably really help them out.
Yeah, I agree.
Little surprised Chicago getting Veerhoff.
I mean, I can see that just because Chicago's currently got Bedard, Frundell, Nazar, a couple good young pieces up front. So they probably want to, up and coming defenseman.
Yeah, you're right about Seattle getting Malhotra at 10.
Oh man, that center depth, right? Would
Oh
be
yeah,
pretty nasty. It's like Beniers, Wright.
yeah.
I think they have Berkeley Catton,
hmm
and then now Malhotra. That's
Not to harp on Toronto, but Boston getting Carrolls at 11, that could have been Toronto's pick. They could have gotten a really good defenseman if they didn't freaking give up that first round pick.
yeah. On that,
Man,
it was in the Brandon Carlo trade, right?
yeah. And we all
Yeah.
know how he's turned out in
Oh
Toronto.
man, he's been horrible for the Leafs. And the
Wait,
fact that they gave up what young
didn't
pieces too.
didn't Carlo get didn't Toronto trade Carlo?
Minton, right?
I thought Toronto traded Carlo already at the deadline. I may be mistaken or thinking about somebody
No,
else.
I think he stayed.
Yeah. There's that Juho Piperinen that we kind of talked about on that live stream. What was it from last week? Talking about draft rankings. We kind of highlighted him a little bit on that one, talking about Piperinen, how the Canucks could maybe look at him. Looks like he goes 17th in this. And he goes to the Sharks. Of course, that was originally Edmonton's pick.
The Sharks just get richer.
Oh, yeah. What is this? 1, 2, 3. Four. Marcus gets picked 4 players after his brother. Yeah, we might have to trade up.
I would think so because the latest projection rankings from, I don't even think it's accurate, but I think it was Craig Button had like one ruck at 10 and one ruck at 12. So that's high.
Yeah, I think
both of them being top 15 would be, insane reach. I know they both had, amazing years, but before their season like really started, they were like what, late first, mid second, right? Projections. So the fact that if they both went up to like the top 15 would be insane.
Well, yeah, I think it was Craig Button. He had Liam, at least I think it was Liam, at 12. And it didn't. And looks like New Jersey went with Ryan Lynn, who's plays for the Giants. So yeah, Lynn went 12. And of course, Liam goes at 25. So I guess, well, actually, technically, it's 5 picks apart between Liam and Marcus on here. But yeah, if we want to try and get the Rocks, I think we are definitely going to have to trade up. We're going to have to move up.
Trade up, yeah.
Yeah, so we'd have to probably trade up. I'm thinking maybe our second round pick, which would be the first in the second round.
You would probably have to move up to like 17, 18.
Yeah, so you could probably trade up your Minnesota pick, like package that with it and get back-to-back picks. But then again, that Minnesota pick could be a little bit better if Minnesota gets bumped out in the first round, which I'm kind of pulling for. Not just because I want to see them lose and just because I want them out. Okay, maybe a little bit because of a certain that and just because of a certain quitter, as people like to coin. Be like at the end of the day, be like, haha. Only made it, didn't make it past first round, but also it helps obviously our draft odds. We get a higher pick if they don't move past the first round, and I think there's probably a good chance that happens with them facing Dallas.
Yeah,
if that ends up being Dallas is going to be a monster. That's going to be one heck of a series, though.
I really don't know what to expect from Dallas because I feel like they're a heavy juggernaut, being in the Central Division, but at the same time, I've been watching like some of their games this year, and they got swept by the Islanders. They are having trouble scoring, more than 2 or 3 goals against other teams. And I know Rantanen's out of the lineup, but with a stacked top 6 with Johnston and Robertson and Hintz when he's healthy, you would think that they would be right up there with Colorado as being, a heavy contender coming out of. So I really don't know what to expect from the Stars. Like, I still think they're probably the favorites to come out of the first round, just because they've got so much depth up front. They got good defensemen. They picked up Myers, which is a good shutdown, third pair kind of guy. And, they've got good goaltending too, right? So
yeah.
it's
I
really
think
tough.
some people forget they got Otter, who usually turns it up in the playoffs. Who's usually really good in the playoffs.
But one thing I don't get is why teams always struggle against Edmonton. For some reason, it seems like Edmonton's always got, Dallas's numbers, Vegas's numbers in the playoffs. They obviously always beat LA. And then, it's a toss-up with Colorado. But, if Colorado gets to the conference final, it always seems like Edmonton seems to be able to handle those teams quite well. Is it just because McDavid and Draisaitl are like insane? But
maybe. I mean, it's definitely not goaltending. It's definitely not goaltending.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, but I guess sometimes all you need is just McDavid and Draisaitl just going absolutely off, right? So they can single-handedly win you a series on their own. So
yeah, I mean, imagine if Dallas had those two players, McDavid and Draisaitl, plus Ottinger, plus the really good goaltending. Oh man, they would be like Stanley Cup champions. Imagine if
McDavid would have a couple cups by now. If that happened.
Imagine if you put McDavid and Draisaitl on this current Stars team, and if instead of the Oilers making back-to-back Cup finals, it was the Stars, they would have won at least one of those.
Oh yeah,
at least guaranteed one, maybe both. But at least one of them, they would would have won one of those Stanley Cups.
Yeah. I agree. I think goaltending has always been their deficiency, and also, Darnell Nurse. That's the biggest anchor that's on the back end for them. So they got that elite offensive defenseman in Bouchard, who puts up power play points like crazy, but Nurse is that anchor back there. But I still like, some of their veteran defensemen back there that can kind of shut things down when they need to. Like Ekholm's been underrated in my opinion. He's a little older, but he's definitely pretty good at shutting things down, and he's underrated. But Nurse is definitely just a chaotic mess out there, and for his cap hit. So.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's like what Alfred likes to say: Sarah's better.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
the better Nurse.
So, yeah, the better Nurse plays for Vancouver, not the Canucks, but the Golden Eyes.
Exactly.
But yeah, definitely Nurse is an anchor. The amount of money that he gets paid. I mean, we all talk about, PD and, 11.6. Yes, which is warranted, very warranted. But imagine if it was Nurse. Imagine if we had Nurse too on that contract. It's just be like,
oh, it's brutal.
Like, take me out back and put me out of my misery like old Yeller.
Exactly.
That type of deal. Actually, on that note, I know recently I talked about, like I said, I had Tyson Cole on earlier. We were talking a lot about William and, the possibility of extending him, this summer when he becomes eligible. I mean, you don't have to, but it would probably be pretty good if you could lock him up long term. What are your thoughts on locking him up to like an 8-year deal, knowing that this is the last chance you can sign 8-year contracts?
That's a tough question because I feel like you want to take advantage of that extra year with his potential and his age. But at the same time, with the Canucks' tendency to sign long-term contracts, it doesn't just come off like a good deal. We either have to overpay in terms of salary, or we have to attach some sort of sweetener like a no-trade clause. And we know the history with this team putting no-trade clauses on every sort of extension, right? So going into a rebuild, it does sound promising that 8 years for a young guy would be great, but I'm a little bit hesitant on, especially with Boom as well. He only has 60, 70 games in the NHL, right? He still has a lot to prove to me and probably a lot of this fan base that I wouldn't go long term yet. I think that's probably my guess. I would still lock him up for, maybe a good amount of time, but I'm just a little bit scared off by 8 years because we don't want this contract looking bad, a couple years down the road when we are trying to, turn the corner and contend, and he could be signed for a heavy cap hit with a no trade clause, and we would be pretty much back to where we are right now, where we're having difficulty moving guys out because of the no trade clause, right? So,
yeah, that's very fair. And honestly, when I initially thought about, I'm all for locking up him long term, but I get what you're saying too. But I imagine if they do lock him up long term, there's going to be like a no move or a no trade clause included with that. They like to hand it out like it's candy on freaking Halloween.
exactly.
That's going to be a part of it.
Yeah, some sort of trade protection or no trade list,
yeah,
or something like that. So,
yeah, I mean, I think it was Gerald on our last post game even had a good point. We don't know if Bouillon actually even wants that, at least right now. He may want to wait because he knows cap is going up, over the next few years. Although if he does sign that 8-year contract, he's still going to be a UFA when he's 28. So he would be well into his prime to become a UFA for the first time. But he may want to do something kind of like a Quinn Hughes deal, like maybe 4, maybe 5-year deals, kind of prove it deal, and then become a UFA a little bit earlier than, age 28. And then, see what's out there. Obviously, you can really front load that contract. If it is a long-term contract, you can front load it, and it'll obviously look like, dimes on or pennies on the dollar later on. But I'm just all for extending him. I mean, again, you don't have to do it now.
You definitely got to extend them, right? I still think, anywhere from, a 4 or 5 year, contract that shows what he's got. It gives him a great opportunity to continue to grow with this team, but at the same time prove himself and then be able to cash in even more after that contract expires, right? And it gives the Canucks a little bit more flexibility, knowing that you're not locking him in for 8 years where the deal could turn sour, right? But at the same time, it still shows a lot of faith that he's going to be a key part of this team if you extend them for 4 or 5 years, because you're saying, hey, we want you around for this next few years as we're trying to turn the corner. We're trying to rebuild. We want you to be a part of that, right? And that should instill a lot of confidence in a young guy, that they want him to be a part of the solution, right? So
absolutely. And I was actually just thinking as you were saying that, if we're thinking this is going to be like about a 5-year rebuild, you want him locked up for the majority of this, rebuild. If he's going to be a part of that core, you touched on the core earlier, and they're not really being a core per se right now. You could probably list 3 guys who are going to be a part of this core. Bouillon, okay, maybe 4, but you got Bouillon, you got Ogren, who are definites part of the core. You could throw Rossi in there if you wanted. DPD, I guess that's 4. Those are at least 4 locks. So you technically, as you said, do not have a core just yet, but you have pieces to the puzzle. You're maybe missing a couple more pieces to that puzzle, and then you could probably say you have a core. But right now, we don't really know what the core is except for those 4 players, and they're still relatively young, so they're gonna develop over the next several years.
They're gonna grow into the role, and they're gonna learn and become better for it, right? And then we're saying that these are 4 potential pieces that could become part of the new nucleus of a new core going forward. No, we're not, giving them that title yet, because obviously we want them to continue developing their game and continue to grow into the role, right? They're still young enough to be just kind of entering their prime, right? So Boom has shown a lot of potential. Ogren, you mentioned Rossi, huge price we paid for all those guys coming from Minnesota, right? And the fact that even like guys like DPD or Willander, I think could definitely grow and be a key part of the core going forward as well, right? And they've shown signs, like Boom showing a lot of fight tonight. Willander having his crash out on the bench, you hate to see that because it brings out, memories of like Miller and JT Miller having those crash outs on the bench and slashing the sticks. But, sometimes that's just what you want to see from the young guys, is that they're pissed off at losing. And that's going to ultimately shift the culture of the team going forward, is that you want 23 guys on this team all pulling in the same direction and all who will equally get pissed off at losing, right? And it just starts with one, and hopefully it catches fire that, if a young guy is showing that he's frustrated at losing and frustrated that he was stuck out there for a 3-minute shift, that takes a lot of self-accountability on Willander's part as a young player to say, I wasn't good enough. I was stuck out there way too long and I nearly cost my team a goal and I'm not happy about it. So, we need to see more of that from the young guys. But again, just alluding to what I said earlier, where's the leadership from the vets? Like, you want the vets to be leading the young guys by example, not saying that you have to drop the gloves if you're Elias Pettersson or Jake DeBrusk and fight a guy, but, pull a guy out of scrum, face wash a guy, it's okay to take a penalty. Like, what's the harm? We're 32nd in the league. We have nothing to play for this year. Show some team toughness as veterans on this team and show that you're willing to step up for the young guys. And it's only going to help the team become better in the summer as they work out and as they come into training camp, right? So knowing that they have veterans on this team that are going to step up for them, right? So
absolutely. And yeah, I wonder if that little crash out on the bench, like, I don't think I would hope Foot's not stupid enough to scratch Tom for doing
I wouldn't
that.
be surprised if
but
Foot
we
did
did
that,
hear
he'll come up with some
but
sort
we
of
did hear
excuse
Foot
and, you got to control your emotions,
Yeah, he even said, like, I forget how long, it was so long ago that he said it, but he talked about how they didn't like that, they didn't like showing frustration on the bench, that they were gonna put a stop to it. They're like, that's not happening anymore. Well, it just happened tonight, and it happened to be one of your young guys. No, we haven't seen the young guys do that.
No.
So it was obviously surprising, but hey, it's like what Irvin said on Headspace. At the end of the day, these guys are human beings. They're going through. They're not used to losing like this, especially guys like Verlander, Bouillon. I mean, especially with Bouillon, he's won at every level. He's been a winner, and he's not used to this. So it's okay to show a little bit of frustration. Unfortunately, the cameras happen to catch you doing it. Unfortunately, but at the same time, it shows, like you said, accountability. He was frustrated with himself. He realized, he made a mistake. He was out there way too long, and he's not happy with himself. He's like, I screwed up. And I think I'll admit, I think he went a little overboard with punching the bench there. I mean, like, dude, don't break your hand, dude.
Was it Joseph that was beside him that was trying to tap him on the back?
Well, I did like that. I didn't know if it was Joseph, but it was somebody.
I think it was Joseph.
Yeah, maybe Joseph. But I noticed like I said, with the assistant coach, he kind of like gave him a little shot in the shoulder, but like knock it off. Yeah, it's like, one, I don't know which assistant coach it was. I think it may have been McLean. I could be wrong. If you guys actually saw it, let me know in the chat. But he kind of gave him a little, you saw Joseph, whoever it was, kind of was like going like this. The coach was like, stop it.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, whoever that assistant coach is, you suck. Shut up.
Yeah,
Let the kid,
exactly.
get his emotion.
Let the guy
kid get his. Let him get his
frustration
emotions
out,
out.
right?
Let
But
him get
you
his
know, if it
frustrations
was
out.
Joseph beside him, credit to Joseph as
Yeah.
for at least patting the guy on the back and trying to calm him down a little bit, right? So
Yeah, I
I
mean,
give Joseph
like
credit.
I mentioned earlier, it looked like because remember I mean, I'll go back and look and see what all those penalties were because, like I said, it ended up being 39 penalty minutes for the Canucks. I was like, holy shit, where the fuck did that come from? But it probably stemmed from the end of the game there,
Yeah.
because the Canucks only had technically 2 penalties in this game. But then they have 39 minutes, so I'll have to go back and look at the penalty times and whatnot. I know, like we mentioned, Verlander, it looked like he got booted with like a minute something left. Maybe he got a game misconduct. I don't get that. Why Verlander, of all people, got a game misconduct? He didn't even fight. It was Bouillon who fought.
I think
but
it's one of those instances where it's a 4-0 game and it's
Mhm.
late in the game and the referees are just pulling numbers out of a pile.
Maybe.
They just
Well, yeah,
see a bunch of guys
because
scrumming in the corner, fighting, sticks everywhere, and they'll just be like, pull this guy out the pile, pull one of the other guys' numbers out, and
yeah.
just call it a night, right? So
Yeah, I mean,
game
I did know
management, I think
Verlander
it's
was on
probably
the
a referee
bench
and game
when
management.
they
So.
he was on the bench when they booted him because you saw him sitting down, and then I guess the referees pointed to him, be like, "Gone," and then you could tell he wasn't happy about it. But I will look into that. I'm curious about that. Of all people, it was Verlander. I am curious to see if any Kings got the boot as well because obviously we only saw the Canucks bench at the time. But I did notice when he was skating back to the bench, it looks like there was some chirping going on from the Kings bench. Like he was yakking at somebody on the Kings bench. Wouldn't be surprised if it was Doughty because that guy's a fucking asshole.
The guy loves to chirp. And that's
he
why,
loves to chirp.
Irvin was saying 10 minutes for looking too good.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm looking pretty fresh with my new hairdo, but I got nothing on Tom. I got nothing on Tom.
Exactly.
But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it was Doughty. If he was chirping, a young guy. I'd like to see you chirp freaking Douglas next time these two teams play each other. Chirp Douglas,
Well,
and you'll
that's what I was saying. We still have a
probably lose a
couple
few
against LA, right?
more
So
teeth there, Doughty.
yeah, so I expect, I
Yeah,
think we still have a matchup with LA, so
yeah.
probably expect a better response and better team toughness in that game. So that might be a little gritty.
Hopefully,
Because
yeah.
the Kings are desperate, and that's what I want to see is the Canucks, even though they have nothing to play
Oh
for,
yeah.
show a little bit of team pride and play spoiler. For teams like the Kings, team like Vegas, make it hard for them to try to earn that, playoff spot, right? So
Yeah. And thank you for this, Urban. Mallet, I think that was number 39, who was kind of, off his rocker a little bit. He was the one who was really, I don't know, having a spaz attack or whatever. He was the one who was kind of heated or looked like it. I think that's Mallet. And then I'm not surprised about Clark because he did get into the fight with Bouillon. And we mentioned, the little sucker punch he had on Bouillon while the referee was between them. So not surprised about Clark, although I know he's a bit of a little shit. When Quinn was still on the team, I know there was a time where those two were chirping at each other. May have been actually that both of them in the box. I think it was Quinn in the box and Clark was in the box, and Clark was just chirping at Quinn Hughes, and Quinn Hughes was just like blah 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 blah. Yeah, keep talking. So I don't know if you guys remember that. I for some reason remember that. Quinn and him kind of chirping each other.
games.
Yeah. So I'm not surprised about Mallet, even though I don't know who the hell that is. A name I've never heard of. Probably a young guy for LA.
I think
was
it's
there
one of their
anyone?
younger prospects or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think they also scratched some of their young players. So it seems like they're desperate for wins, obviously, because they're trying to get into the playoffs. But I think they scratched Alex Turcotte, so for some reason, his name always sticks out because he always seems to score against us. I think there was a game earlier this year where he scored a couple on us too, right? So it was kind of interesting to see him scratched, and he's kind of getting the same treatment that Hoglander is getting with us. One game in, one game out, and I feel for Hoglander. You can't really develop and earn the coach's trust if you're in one night and out the next, right? So
yeah. And actually, we're gonna do a video on that. There was a pretty good article from iMac with Hoglander. I think he actually sat down with Hoglander, and Hoglander kind of talked about that. Being it's hard to gain confidence when you're constantly sitting, which is 100% true. 100% true. So we'll have that video coming out tomorrow. I thought about having it for here, but I was like, no, I'm gonna save that for a video for tomorrow because there's no game tomorrow. So I need some content for tomorrow.
There you go.
But looks like Irvin remembers that game with Clark and Quinn kind of yakking at each other, and apparently Clark was talking shit like, your family knows who I am. Cool story, bro.
Yeah, okay.
Cool story, bro. But yeah, let's since I still got you here, let's do this draft thing again. I want to go back because I want to randomize the order, because I think I did a setting where it was the Canucks automatically picked first. Let's do a randomizer. Oh, here's the rounds to draft. So let's do. Oh, it's only picks. I guess I can't pick. Here, let's move this up. Let's go 90%. Give us a 10% chance. Here we go. Override the rankings with your. Oh no. Let's see if this works. If it doesn't, oh well, we'll still end up picking first. But there we go. Let's go. Run lottery. Here we go. So simulate lottery. We still got, 18.5% odds to get first. Let's go. Simulate lottery. Oh, you got to be fucking kidding me. So we're down to third. Of course, it's freaking Calgary.
Of course. Calgary.
It's like Kempner said on his stream. Fuck the Flames, man. And of all teams, the Kings get second. Are you kidding me?
They're
up 9 spots. They're up 9 spots and they get second.
That's awesome.
You gotta be.
Jump up 9 spots to get second.
That's Canuck luck right there.
And it's all the Pacific Division.
Yeah, getting the top 3. Oh man, I hope this isn't premonition. But let's start the draft. Let's see what goes on here. You sons of bitches!
They took McKenna.
Yeah, Calgary took McKenna. Ooh. I mean, I guess oh wow, Kings took Veerhoff, so we get Stenberg.
Okay,
I'm okay with that. I'm okay. With that. I mean, I'd rather McKenna, but Malhotra went 6th. Who is that? Yeah, that color is too dark. Is that the Blues? Yeah, the Blues took Malhotra 6th, so he jumped up from the last one. Oh
yeah, Irvin was asking if you can share the screen.
Oh shit! My bad. I didn't realize it was happening. I was not sharing it. Here, let me do that.
There we go.
Oopsie. Technology. Hey. Here, we'll redo this afterwards because I think it's
Ethan Belches.
Okay, we're at 21. 22. So okay, so we're approaching the Minnesota pick, which will be the next one. Who's still available? Are the Ruck Twins still available?
I would think so. Liam.
Let's go with Marcus. This one. We went with Liam last time.
Okay.
Let's go with Liam or Marcus. Ah, fucking Seattle.
Right next to you. Yeah. I think it's a premonition, man. I just don't think we're getting the Twins.
No, I'm kind of thinking we're not gonna get them. Okay, so let's look at this since we missed the beginning. So yeah, like I said, Calgary got McKenna number 1. LA jumped 9 spots and they picked Veerhoff second.
Wow. Smith's 4th.
Yeah, Smith's 4th. And like I said, Malhotra 6th by St. Louis. So he jumped up to 6th in this.
Hmm.
And then Chase Reed drops to 7th. We all thought he could be a potential like top 5.
Yeah.
So he drops below the top 5, Chase Reed. Vigo Bjork with Winnipeg. Carson Carrolls drops down to 10th.
Wow.
Drafted by the Kraken. Wow, that is quite the drop off. Brian Lynn stays the same with 12th. Belchet's 13.
I mean, some people drop.
Yeah. Oh, that annoys me. Seattle. Talk about a rivalry. Freaking Seattle, man.
They're I have a feeling like if they continue to draft well, they will be a team to watch for.
Oh,
They
yeah,
got
for sure.
good young pieces that are up and coming.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
then,
we
of course,
saw in the last one, they got Malhotra.
Yeah.
And we talked about, their center depth. If they get Malhotra, that would, they end up getting, with that same pick that they picked Malhotra with in the first one, they picked Carroll. So they get a defenseman there.
Nice.
And then they get one of the Ruck Twins. I mean, it's like, I think it was Tyson earlier had a really good point. If the Ruck Twins don't get drafted back to back, like by the same team, they might not be as good apart as they would be together, which is a really good point to make.
Yeah, because they're only used to playing together, and that's another factor that I kind of thought about is like, are they able to be as good individually, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, let's do this again. Let's run this again because I apologize. I forgot to hit share screen. I got a little too excited with doing this, so we'll do it again. Pick the Canucks. We'll go back randomizer back up to 990. We'll do the first round. It doesn't let me pick multiple rounds, unfortunately, because I tried to click second, but it takes away from first, but that's okay. I think that is already clicked. So we'll run the lottery again. Still at 18.5% odds. Let's see what happens. Okay, I hate how the simulate lottery button is down at the bottom, not up at the top. It should be up at the top. So yeah, simulate lottery. Panthers at second.
Oh man, they get back-to-back cups and man, workers.
Oh yeah, workers. Okay,
big market teams. It's rigged.
Yeah.
Rangers, Florida, New York.
At least Calgary's dropped down to 5th in this one.
Chicago is getting another top end piece.
Yeah. All right, let's start the draft. Let's see. Of course. Ooh! So again.
We're taking Stenberg.
Yeah, go Stenberg. Gotta go with
You know,
best
this
player
is
available.
this is what we would do, but knowing the Canucks, you know, they would do something stupid like reach for a positional need.
Okay, so in this one, Carroll's goes 5th. Where remember how he dropped down to 7th in the
Jeez,
last one?
Wow, Belches climbed. Wow, Mohotra's
Yeah. Oh, there we go. 12th, New Jersey. Go figure. New Jersey.
plummeted.
Yeah, he dropped down a couple spots. $17. Okay, Ryan Lynn dropped because he was 12th twice in a row. So he dropped down to 19.
Wow. Preston.
Yeah, Columbus gets pressed in. Oh!
There's Marcus.
Who is... Oh, I guess that's Pittsburgh. I mean, should we go with somebody else? No, I'm going to go with that Rubric guy. I've heard good things about him. I'll go with that. See if Liam...
Yep.
See if Liam gets picked.
Wow, Liam's...
Wow.
Wow.
Liam didn't even get picked in the first round. But it was Marcus who's I believe Marcus is the one who was said they were gonna likely go.
Marcus is the goal scorer, right?
Marcus is the center.
He's more of the goal scorer, right? Or
I think
is he
Marcus
more the playmaker.
I think he's the playmaker, and it's Liam. It's Liam who's the finisher.
Ah, okay. So
yeah, it's surprising that Marcus goes at 24, but again, it's right before our flipping pick. So maybe we need to trade up to get, between 24 and 26. You either get 25 or 26 to get the Ruck Twins.
Yeah.
Or who knows, maybe even earlier, depending on what the final rankings are. But yeah, Urban, I'm really glad you sent me this because, like I said, this reminds me of my fantasy drafts. Although in one of my leagues, it's a keeper, so I think I did like a half-assed draft in my keeper league because I had so many, players. Actually, I forget. I haven't been paying too much attention to it this year. Not gonna lie. Oh, I just heard something. Oh, gee.
Yo, Joe.
What's going on, brothers?
Wow.
Making his way home.
Yeah. No,
I'm just heading home right now.
Yeah. Well, it looks like Duo got his request. He was wondering if you were going to come on or not.
Duo was asking.
Yeah.
Well, to be very honest, I think we did speak and say that we weren't going. Like I was not going to be here, but I mean, I feel okay right now, and it was a very tiring, 11, 12 hours.
I bet.
But I'm just thinking I gotta come on if you guys are still on, and I appreciate how Justin's doing the post game.
We're just hanging out. Tyler's carrying. So
seriously, I don't know if you guys caught our impromptu sort of
just hanging out.
Tyler, what the hell happened to your? Why did you shave your head?
It was time. I always say when I have to go like this behind my glasses, tuck my hair but behind my ears and my glasses, it's time for a haircut.
I think you might as well shave that dirty mustache.
To get one soon too.
Oh, Sam said the exact same thing. She's like, so you shaved your head, but you didn't shave here? I'm like, no. I'm gonna keep the beard.
Sorry. Are we unleashed after dark right now?
I mean, it's after midnight, so
Because
I mean, I've
want to
already
make a
dropped a few
really
f bombs. So
because
I've already dropped a few f bombs.
because I want to make a really dirty comment, and it's bad for headspace. But yo, I'm on the line change right now, and I think it's okay. Um,
Oh yeah.
all I have to say, all I want to say is like, does the carpet match the drapes?
Oh God.
Well, I'm not gonna comment on that. I'm not gonna comment on that, but
Give a foot answer.
no comment.
No.
Yeah.
Uh,
So
you know, there's my
anyways,
answer.
do you guys want the whole rundown on what happened today?
Yeah, go for it.
I mean,
Aside
if you
from,
want to,
I mean, I feel I owe it to you, Tyler, because
Mhm.
you're the guy that gave me the opportunity to start before we got the channel up and running. And I feel, especially if Duo is here, Hangia is here, might as well get the scoop earlier than tomorrow at 10 p.m. But all I have
speaking
to
of
say is,
Hangia,
yeah,
everyone loves a great carpet. It says Hangia.
yeah. Well, who doesn't, right? I mean, typically when someone's asked, like, do the carpets match the drapes? It's all about the color. I'm actually asking about, the physicality, like like, what does it look like your head?
Physical attributes.
So, anyways, today was amazing. Aside from, it was Canucks Autism Network night or awareness or whatever it is, and we saw our special friend today, like, like, I have a picture. I'll show it later. I'll send it to you guys. But waving his jersey, and I'm just like, okay, great.
I saw that.
That's
They did a shout out on the scoreboard.
Justin. Were you at the game?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. Because I'm just thinking, like, I met some people. You know what? Tonight I've gotten at least an extra 10 to 20 subs
Nice.
on our channel.
It's awesome.
The people that were actually at the experience today, amazing. I just have to give a special shout out to Molson Canadian for sponsoring this event. The Canucks, who also, worked with them. It was such an amazing experience, just from the point of walking into the building at gate 16 to walking into the actual locker room. Actually, no, not even the locker room, the suite, and everything was first class. Like, and to say this because a lot of us aren't accustomed to to the Aquilinis giving this first class service, but they outdid themselves today, and I have to give them props for that because I originally was not able to do this because I didn't have any gear. I ended up, shout out to Swerve Mervin from Headspace Hockey, uh, hooking up me with all his gear. I got John Lai, who's a really good buddy of mine, who hooked me up with helmets, gloves, and Stevie Japan 4 sticks. So, I mean, I am so grateful for this community because once everyone knew I was doing this, everyone reached out and tried to help out. And I had a great experience. So I kind of sort of missed the Canucks practice or morning skate. Caught a bit of the Kings, but that obviously ended abruptly because we had a draft. So there was actually a draft between two groups of alumni. So today it was Dave Babs, with Kirk McLean, and the other team would have been, which is my team, Team Orca. I'm actually wearing a jersey right now. I'll talk a little bit more about the jersey afterwards, but it was Jeff Courtnall and BJ McDonald. Amazing guys. The guy's like 70, like almost 80, if not 80. Dude, love playing with them. I was on a line with Jeff Courtnall today, with another Asian brother. Uh, I like the name kind of is flying on the radar. Last name is Lee. Great guy. He had amazing opportunities today, but Jeff, gotta give him shout out to him because he tried to set me up at least a few times. And I was net side and then tried to do a tap in. Almost got a goal, but it was fun. It was amazing. Just to be on the ice at Rogers Arena is just a once in a lifetime kind of opportunity. If anyone gets this opportunity, wins the contest, and says, I don't have any gear, go buy some gear, go borrow some gear, whatever you can do, get some gear, because this is such a phenomenal sort of experience that you would definitely not get anywhere else. And then they give you like intros. I picked my number. So they do the whole pregame thing. We did the anthems. It was so cool. It just felt like we were Canuck players. It was black skate against Orcas, and it had the vibe of what it's like to be a Canucks player on game day. Even though it was 30 minute the whole game, it was 10-minute periods, and then intermission between periods was 2 minutes. It was so great. And I gotta apologize to my teammates on Team Orca. I jumped the gun early, and we would have got a too many men penalty, because I was just like, I was so hyped to just get on the ice, and I did that a couple of times, and BJ was super patient with me, and yeah, like we ended up winning 7-2, which I didn't expect, because the Black Skate team definitely won the jersey, the contest, but we won the game 7-2. And oh yeah, special shout out to Elaine Doobie. Scored 2 goals within 30 seconds to give us that lead. So that was pretty awesome.
Nice. Yeah, I see your jersey is number 18. You got Doc's number.
Yes, sir. I mean, he's been my whipping boy for so long. I thought, give him some props. He broke his career total. Gotta give Doc some props, and I was like, okay, let's go with 18. And yeah, it doesn't reveal my age. It doesn't reveal anything. And for Asian people out there, Justin knows it. 18 is a lucky number for us Asians.
Yeah.
And that's why I picked it. So yeah.
Good choice.
Nice. Yeah.
But yeah, like the Canucks and Molson went all out. Like we got an actual hockey bag, Canucks swag hockey bag,
nice.
skate bag, skate socks. So you like the things that you put over the blades, actual hockey socks, and the mat that you step on with your skates. And then just a lot of other swag I haven't even looked into, but it was an amazing experience, and I'm super grateful that I got chosen for this, because no other time would you ever get this sort of experience just to be like a Canuck. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, you're gonna have to tell me what this contest is, because I Next time they run it, I'm entering. This sounds awesome.
But here's the thing. Like, going into this contest, my sort of what I wanted to do was obviously skate onto Rogers Arena ice. It is super fast. Just so everyone knows, like, Zambonis every between periods, and just like it was so fast. Like, compared to any community center, any sort of 8 rinks or Kaplan, like it was like speedy. Like, I was to a point. I ran into Babs a couple of times, and what he said to me was, he's like, that wasn't very nice. And I was like, okay, Babs, thanks, man. And then the very next shift, he comes after me and he's like, how does that feel? And I was like, yeah, okay, I understand that. But I just suck at skating and I couldn't stop, right? Like, it wasn't intentional. It wasn't something like, oh, hey, Babs, I'm coming after you, man.
No.
But he was a great sport.
You're trying
Jeff
to
was
say, man, you body
amazing.
checked them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I had great connections with all the alums, got their contacts. So you heard it first here at the Lion Change. There's a lot of exciting stuff that's going to be coming up with Headspace Hockey within the next month. We're
Potential
just working out
guests.
schedules. Yes,
Yeah.
sir. And
Yeah.
it's going to be amazing.
Awesome.
And then during the game, we're up in Club 500, food and everything. And Finn came over and gave us a surprise. We took a whole picture with
nice.
both teams. And then this isn't the big surprise. Steamer just comes out of nowhere, and there was a lineup with pictures. And I talked to Steamer about our channel, talked to Steamer about mental health and all of that. And I'll be talking with Canucks PR and all of that, and we're gonna try to work something out, hopefully. But yeah, this just I met almost like 25 new friends who have been super supportive after hearing what we're doing. And yeah, we're gonna try to grow this and bring some awareness for mental health. And for people that don't know, hockey players are one of the, like, let's put it this way: any sports athletes that go through a grueling season, no matter if it's baseball, that's like 100+ games. Hockey players that go through 80+, 82+, 84 next season. NBA players, they go through streaks where it's just like, why am I doing this? Or like, how, is this helping people? And after their careers are done, once they're stopped, being busy bees, they just fall into this spot where it's, I did all of this. I was so busy and now I have nothing to do. And they go into, either some sort of alcoholism, addictions. And this is why Headspace Hockey is here. It's to, commemorate these players that give their life to the sport. And hopefully, we can give back to them and show, we actually care. They're human at the end of the day. And this is why we're doing it. So a lot of the alum that I spoke to, especially Jeff Courtnall, who has an actual, his own Courtnall Society, which you'll hear more about later on. It's very admirable what they've done. They've raised in the last 24 years. So yeah, that's a little hint at what's going to happen in the next month.
It's awesome. Truly, truly inspiring stuff, just to hear of your experience firsthand with, everything that you experienced today, and couldn't be more happy for you, bro.
Thank you. Because it's just, I didn't expect this. I thought it's gonna be, just a bunch of players that, people that win this contest and go and join this. and play a game of pickup, but it was so cool. Like it was just it was absolutely amazing. I had an amazing experience and um just yeah, my skating wasn't there, so definitely humbling for me
That was secondary.
in a
You
sense.
made
In a
so
sense,
much more meaningful connections from it.
yeah.
Mhm.
Like what I have to say is just um what Irvin and I are doing, or why we started the channel, has resonated to people that we've spoken to, and they appreciate what we do. And it's definitely something that, why I did Movember is because I wanted to raise awareness. And people, when they hear Movember, they think, testicular, prostate cancer, and all
Yeah.
that. But no, it's men's health in general. And,
Mhm.
that includes mental health, and that includes athletes, that includes everyday Joes that go through things that we as fans don't understand or don't see. Like there's a lot of the behind the scenes, and hopefully, we can reach more people to let them know that athletes are actually people, and not just, the stars, or, the hype of being an athlete is all about. It's about, the average, like it's like any job. Like no matter if you're in sales or if you're in food services, customer service, like people go through these stresses that aren't talked about enough. And hockey players, especially because the career is so shortened because of age limits, physical ability and all that. And, this needs to be raised so people know, you know, players like Ovechkin, how do they get through it? Or even Jonathan Taves is a perfect example because he actually took a hiatus before coming back to the Jets, and what these people are going through. So hopefully, Headspace Hockey actually allows fans to understand what that's all about.
Yeah, no, it's
Mhm.
great that this hockey community and this Canucks community, whether it's the line change or CCC and Kempner Canucks, Russell Streams, it's really brought the Canucks community together, and it has really allowed open discussions and opportunities like for yourself and Irvin to really open up new platforms of different topics that go far beyond our love for the team, right? So it
Exactly.
really it's amazing and truly
Mhm.
inspiring that through this community it's given you and Irvin the great opportunity and the platform to open up to deeper topics, and you know couldn't be more happy for you getting this experience. And like you said, it's great to skate on the ice and everything and to experience the pickup game on Vancouver Canucks ice, but at the same time
Mhm.
I think what you're going to take away tonight is not the hockey game or anything like that, but it's the connections that you made
100%.
and the network of people that you
Mhm.
met, and it's only going to go forward with building those lifelong friendships and relationships, and it's only going to open up more doors for you and Irvin on your channel and throughout the community to really unify the fan base in these deeper topics that go far beyond hockey. So
I mean, when we first started the channel, I think we didn't think that there would be a lot of support because it is a very niche market for this. But once we start talking, like I met a fellow, his name's Eric. Uh, he played on the same team as me today, and we hung out after the game. And what he said to me was, "Bro, you killed it." And I thought I could do better, but he's like, "You killed it." You talked to Jeff Cornell. You got him interested, and he kept talking and telling you more about his story and all of that. There's a lot of things that people might have might have missed, especially because it was in the 90s era, and what his family went through. And it was a really deep chat, and I appreciate that he's willing to open up to do this, right? So yeah, it's definitely more about the connections, but the ice time that we shared, and um them knowing us, and them letting us tell our story, and them being interested in it, was definitely something that I wasn't expecting at all.
Hmm.
And yeah, it's just, I'm
Mhm.
so excited for this channel. I'm so excited to share with the world that you know what we're doing is right. What we're doing for mental health, and hockey and Canucks and all of that, is something that people share, as understand and appreciate. And yeah, and Tyler, thank you for letting me share this here first
Mhm.
on the line change before Headspace. And don't you worry, we have some time for you. We'll talk about the mental health aspects,
Mhm.
with you and your family and all of that. Irvin and I have already spoken about it. It's probably going to be near the end of the season. Um, Hopefully,
Mhm.
you understand all that. But
Oh yeah.
we did not forget about it. We are not pushing it aside. We just want to let the season run through. um, and all
Mhm.
the Canucks fans, followers, people that are watching this, understand that, losing is not a issue. I mean, if it is an issue for you, we're here as therapy. We're here to talk things through in chat. You have questions, you have concerns, let us know. We'll talk about it. And at the end of the season, when everything's done and over with, we'll go more in depth with the mental aspect of things. And hopefully, it gives people more insight and awareness towards mental health for hockey. Well, not just for hockey, but for everything in life in general. So,
Yeah.
Mhm.
and by the way, Justin,
Yeah.
I
Very,
appreciate
very
you
well said.
wearing that
Very well said.
that hoodie. I appreciate you wearing that hoodie. Love
Yeah,
it.
no,
Absolutely
it
love it.
was something that I pulled
Yeah.
out, and I was like,
Yeah.
it's we all go through our struggles, especially with a rough season that the team is having. That it's important to kind of still be able to be
Mhm.
reflective on the more important things in life, and we're all struggling with our own day to day lives, and it's hockey is, and this team is, probably a common ground for a lot of us to fall back on, no matter the
Yeah.
struggles. I was recently, fighting an illness, and I was a little bit under the weather for the last few days. So I was a little bit down, but, falling back to hockey and falling back to Canucks, it's something that I was definitely very reflective on. And, Tyler's been so gracious to, invite me on tonight and just hang out. And, honestly, it was something that I really needed. And, I couldn't be more grateful to Tyler for that. He sent me the link and he was just like saying, it wasn't much of a game to watch, but at the end of the day, that's so secondary. And I was like, after everything that I've been through the last few days, just trying to get better physically and I've been working for like 14 straight days now. And I'm getting ready for a short little trip to Edmonton in early April. So just kind of
Amazing.
just trying to remind myself to take care of myself and take care of my rest as well. And so, Tyler's been great saying, here's the link, just hop on. We don't even have to talk about the game. And I was like, you know what? I probably don't have
Mhm.
much to say because it was a brutal game, but I'll hang out with you. I'll hang out with you. And
Yeah.
that's just what we need sometimes. It's just we need the support and the people and the community. I'm so grateful for, everyone on here, yourself and Irvin on Headspace, the CCC. I'm just so grateful for no matter how we've come across each other or how we kind of, interacted. It's been such a blessing to have this community. So
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
very
Definitely. And
well
it's like
said.
what I
Uh,
told Justin earlier. I still have my notes from the Anaheim game. That's how many notes I had for tonight's game. Nada. I still have Anaheim notes, but
Okay, guys. If you guys are gonna keep it running for a little bit longer, I'm just gonna log in through my laptop so you have a better view. and we can talk a little bit more. So give me like a few minutes, and I'll jump back on. You guys can, I'm not like I apologize for jumping on like this because
No,
I
man,
definitely
it's
appreciate
it's great
Justin
that you were able
for
to
coming
hop
on
on.
like this.
It's
Yeah.
good to see you.
But the focus definitely, should be more on Justin rather than me because I do this with Tyler.
I'm chill. Like I said, I
post-game.
told Tyler, I was like, I'm chill. I'll just hang out.
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a couple of minutes. I'm gonna get my camera set up because I took it out today. But give me a couple of minutes and we'll continue this. Okay.
Yeah, take your time.
Yeah,
Take your
definitely.
time.
Definitely.
Thanks,
This is
guys.
actually perfect timing as I can do my sponsor
Mid-show.
read, and that should give us enough time
Perfect.
for
See you guys in a couple of
G
minutes
to come out.
or a few minutes.
All right. All right. Sounds good, buddy. All right. We'll get my sponsor read out. Actually, I guess I should look at the lines first. Do that real quick. And actually, while G was talking, I did look up this contest. It came out 2 weeks ago. So I could have entered this contest. I found it on Facebook. The Molson contest. So I'm not sure if this is like a yearly thing, but I have notifications on for Canuck contests on Facebook now. I turned that on. So if there's another contest, I'll know about it. But just glancing at the contest, it says one of a kind VIP experience. Absolutely. Sponsored by Molson. Talks about, as what G was talking about, watching Canucks practice, playing hockey on Rogers Arena ice with Canucks alumni, a ticket to a suite to see the team. I mean, it says enter now. The contest is over, but apparently they announced it like 2 weeks ago. And yes, it does say must be legal drinking age, unfortunately. So, but definitely have my notifications on for any further contests. I mean, I have terrible luck. I have Canucks luck when it comes to winning contests.
Yeah.
So we'll see about that. But let me do my sponsor read before G gets back on.
Yeah, go for
Starting off with looking at the lines for tomorrow. Well, technically today. Again, only 2 games on tap tomorrow. It's the Red Wings versus the Sabres, Blackhawks versus the Rangers. Let's go with the Blackhawks and the Rangers. The Blackhawks are a plus 1.5 on the puck line and a minus 185. Rangers are a minus 1.5 and a plus 154 on the puck line. Blackhawks a plus 145 on the money line. The Rangers are a minus 175 on the money line. And of course, casual reminder, these odds are subject to change. And of course, please play responsibly. All right. This post-game show has been a presentation of DraftKings Sportsbook, which is a sports betting partner of the NHL. DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is built for the fastest game on ice. With player props and live betting, every shift, every shot, every save gives you options to get in on the game with DraftKings Sportsbook. New customers bet just $5, and if your bet wins, you get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code THPN, that's code THPN, to turn $5 into $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. In Connecticut, call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino in Kansas, wager tax pass-through may apply in Illinois, 21 plus in most states. Void in Ontario, restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets, which will expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio. This is a limited time offer. Copyright 2026 NHL, all rights reserved. This video has been a presentation of both DraftKings Sportsbook as well as the Hockey Podcast Network. Be sure to check out the network for your favorite podcast covering your favorite team at thehockeypodcastnetwork.com, the home of hockey podcasts, where it's every team, everywhere. All right. Boom. All right. I mentioned earlier we were going to check out, see what what was it? The not the mullet. See what the Flow had to say after this game, as in, or no, sorry, Prince Charming. Prince Charming, as in Brock Besser. Just want to see what he had to say. So I'm
sorry. Hold up, Tyler.
Pull it up here on Twitter.
Is the it's weird when I go on my laptop. Is it reusable studios or is it a new one? Is it streams and recordings or because I can't find it?
Should be under reusable studios. It should be the one that says TOC postgame shows. It might be further down.
Yeah, because I scroll all the way down after loading more, and I still can't find it.
Weird.
So
I'm surprised it's not up at the top since we're live.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I thought the same thing.
Yeah, that is odd. I don't know why it's I know StreamYard kind of updated like their logo and did kind of like a new design type of thing, but I can't actually see where it's at on the reusable studio.
I see it. I found it.
In the studio.
I'll be right back. Thank you.
Awesome. All right, well, let's take a look and see what Prince Charming had to say for the Canucks Twitter. Uh-oh, Jack Hughes is trending. I wonder why. Oh God, yeah, I don't want to hear what freaking Foot has to say, okay? Yeah, let me share this real quick. I mean, maybe we'll see what Foot had to say or even try to understand what he says. But,
ciphering exercise.
All right, let's see what Brock had to say. Let me start this from the beginning.
No, I thought our first was pretty good, actually. 2 turnovers, didn't get the puck deep up to our D, and we got away from that in the second, and they just took over.
Yeah, some extended shifts in your own zone in the second, too. I think Villander got caught out there for more than minutes at one point. What do you guys need to do to try and break up cycles and get clear?
Honestly, when the forwards don't get the puck deep, it results in the D not being able to change. And, I think that's just awareness out there. You got to have the awareness when one of your D is super tired, and you got to help them get off the ice. And you got to grind one out and get to the red line and get the puck deep for them, So it's something we need to learn from.
I don't know what the final shots were, but we're under 20 tonight, and it's a team you've been under 20 a bunch of times recently. How hard is it to win games with that volume?
Yeah, it's obviously not good enough. And, I don't know. I think we just got to find a way to get more offensive zone time and put pucks to the net. I feel like we're passing up a lot of shots. And even tonight, I thought there were some chances where we could have put the puck to the net, and we try to make a cute play, and it doesn't work.
I know you're not taking your side of the something like losing 17 or 19 defenses in the face-off circle. When you're spending a night like that, just sort of on the back foot, it's just hard to really frustrate.
They won 17. Yeah, I think a big part of hockey is the draws and the edge battles and getting possession of the puck. So when obviously you're not winning them, it does make you kind of feel like you're on your heels, and especially like I talked about in a second, you turn pucks over, guys are tired, they're not connected as a group, and they're coming right down your throat again. So it's just just kind of a cycle effect, and it keeps coming, and that's when you gotta come together as a group and figure out how you can get out of that. And I think there was 1 or 2 shifts where when we did get it deep, we generated some chances.
Zach mentioned the long blinder shifts for the other secondary. It was sort of on the broadcast, just their anger and one of those, which is political games. But we all know how hard it is at this time of year. What sort of advice or words would you say to a young guy?
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard knowing that you're eliminated, obviously, and there other teams have so much to play for. We're playing a lot of teams that have a lot to play for, so it can be hard at times, but you got to keep the right mindset. A lot of guys have a lot to play for to finish the year out here, so I think we just got to stick together as a team. We got to work hard, and just when you look at like a game like last game, we played so much better as a team compared to tonight, I thought.
Last year, you said some of the games were going so bad. You were just thinking about what got lost. When you leave a game like this, is it the same kind of feeling? Do you find yourself having a hard time settling up in the game?
I think it's different. I think it's a different scenario. Last year, we were still fighting for a playoff spot. This year, we're obviously not, and we're going through a rebuild, and we've said it. So, I think it's a little different, and there's going to be a lot of growing pains, and that's just part of it.
At the end of the game, there you see Zeev drop the gloves. What's the feeling on the bench when you see a young guy do that?
Yeah, it was awesome. We loved it, and it just shows that they care and they're getting in there and sticking up for each other. So, it's great to see, and we got to make sure we maintain that mindset.
That last reporter, that was Tyson Cole. That was Tyson Cole. That last one, I recognized the suit jacket, the little tan/beige. Notice that. Okay, I see G's back. Should we hear what Tank Commander had to say? I'm a little hesitant.
I don't know. It might make us.
Not gonna lie. I might have to cut it off if I'm not liking what I'm hearing. But I did like what Brock had to say. I love that he said, William scrapping at the end. They loved it. They thought it was exciting. So even though both you and I both said, please don't have it be William. Of all people, you don't want to see a guy like that get hurt. But hey, at least he did something. And yes, as what Urban said, Besser actually said rebuild.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, what? Screw it. Let's see what this. I don't even know what. Just look at that look on his face as this is
missing from your side tonight out on the ice.
Well, we had a great start, and then they came out second period. That's what they're desperate do. In the second period, they're big and had pucks and hungry, and it took us a while to adjust to that.
Where do you think the game turned in that second period in terms of their territorial edge?
Like I said, they weren't too happy with their first period, that's for sure. I know that coach, and we were getting a lot off them in the first. But they adjusted, and they just played. They played below the goal line. They played, dots the boards. That's where playoff teams play, and especially they're big, they're heavy, they're desperate, and they want to make playoffs. And then they came out flying in the second, and we had them in the first, and we got caught on the wrong side of a jump puck, and we got beat to the net, and then there was deflection goals short side. But like I said, they're very hungry.
The long shifts toward that end of the second period, it seemed like there was some frustration mounting, especially from some of your young D cameras caught Tom Vlander being upset, for example, on the bench. What do you tell your young guys when the game starts to, go downhill against you the way it did in that second period?
Well, I didn't see the camera on him and see that. I didn't see that he got upset. So, I know we've got a good D coach back there that, the good thing about what we saw at the end of the game too, they have a lot of fight. They're gritty, and if they got upset, they might have been frustrated that they didn't get a puck out or someone didn't get the puck out. There could have been a forward that maybe not get it deep for them to get the change. That usually can happen. And when you have, when you're playing a team like that, and you don't get it deep when you should to get our D off, and they come for that second shift on the D that didn't get a change. That's where our D have a trouble, and it's normal of closing and squashing plays and getting out of our end.
I believe this is the third consecutive game that the penalty kill has allowed a goal against. What are you hoping to see from them in the final stretch?
Well, that one was one where they had 3 below the hash mark, and our net front guys, weak side guys, didn't call the press. We should have pressed that, but it still shouldn't have went in. It was a short side goal off a deflection. That can't go in, but there should have been more pressure on the play.
Like you said, the sort of challenge and expectation of what each team's goal is different, but are you getting enough from your first line right now?
Well, we want more from them, that's for sure. I mean, I'm not going to get into all that right now. Like, I'm not going to get on the negative train. You know what I mean? I get it. You guys need your ticks, but I'm not going to go there on that one. All right. I'm going to make sure that we just keep pushing in the right direction, see the positives out of this. We got a young team. We got a lot of things different to happen this year that you guys know are well aware of. And I'm not going to get into that.
Okay. So if you're wondering what I was counting how many times he said, that was 12 times. In what was it? 3 minutes and 15 seconds. He said, 12 times. So yeah, if you're wondering why I was counting on my fingers, I was counting how many times he said, And yeah, that last answer, him saying, I'm not going to get negative. Why not?
Exactly.
Their team played like crap tonight. Get a little mean.
Exactly. Stop giving the political answers.
Yeah, I mean, Hangia says, I like it when he claps back at the reporters a bit. I mean, yeah, he did kind of clap back a little bit there. I did see that. So. Hang on. We'll stop the screen there. Boom.
What's up? I'm back.
He's back.
Do you guys like this or do you like this?
There we go.
Oh, I think it doesn't matter. I was gonna put a wide angle on this, but here, give me 1 sec. I'm gonna show you something right here.
All right, so let's see.
So let me ask you, if you were me, what would you have on the back of your jersey? By the way, I don't know if this is allowed, but it is.
Oh, if it was like my own,
it isn't. Yeah, I don't know if this is okay, but if it's not monetized, but I gotta give a shout out to
Wilson.
Yeah.
What would you put? What did you just put? Gibbs?
Probably, yeah. I'd go with number 9.
And
That's been my number at least. Sorry, JT.
And Justin,
I know it's not because
you
of
just have a
JT.
lie?
I've had 9 for the longest time.
And Justin, you just have lie, or what would you have? J lie?
Yeah, probably just lie, just to keep it simple.
Okay. So I went with this, and it was because I didn't have time. And I thought, I mean, if I were to redo all of this, I'd probably put Headspace Hockey.
Yeah.
But what ended up happening, and they actually got the jersey done, and I have a nameplate and everything in the locker room. It's amazing. I'll show you guys. Well, the content will come out soon, but there you go.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
And everyone knew
looks
my
sick.
name at that point. Everyone knew my name at that point.
Oh yeah.
And so yeah, just your regular Orca, Team Orca. I was actually hoping it would have been Black Skate, but it is what it is. There was a draft that happened. I put, because when you fill out the form, there's actually like a level of skating and all of that. And I put, so I think it's 1 through 5. I put 1 or 2, I can't remember. So I was second last to be drafted by Jeff and BJ. But yeah, I'm glad I had this hat. You know, I got a lot of good pictures, and it was so much fun. Seriously, like, you guys don't understand this. Like, I hope everyone gets a chance to do something like this, because it's just the camaraderie that, you know, it's not even like the same team, but like your opponents. Like, I met this guy who got drafted by the Black Skate, and even before the game, I skated over. I gave him a fist bump, and I was like, "Have a good game." It's just, it's so amazing, because on the scoreboard it just says Van with a Black Skate logo, and then Van with a Orca logo, and we're technically the same team. So it just solidifies that we are one, right? The ironically, like, you know, they even had the whole pre-game video of, you know, Besser that starts and everyone else, and, you know, the rainy Vancouver and all of that. But still, like, we were one. But when I was actually watching the game from Club 500, when I saw that at the end, it says, what is it? All in? All together? Is that the slogan?
Mhm.
All together, all in? I'm so sorry to say this. I'm so sorry to, like, Justin probably understands where I'm coming from. But when I saw that at Club 500, I was like, all together, all in for the tank. That's like the first thing that came to my mind. Even though I was low key trying to hope that someone's undefeated streak against the Kings would be valid at the end of the game. No. So, you know, things happen for a reason. Everything happens for a reason, and, you know, it is what it is. And it was a 4-0. You know, like, come on. I did a video I haven't posted from Club 500s, and I said, you know, it's Gerald from Headspace Hockey signing out. The score was 4-0. You know, the Canucks didn't really have a chance. I think the face-offs were something like, oh my God, I can't even remember. I think it was like,
They were terrible.
I think
20.
all our centers were like below 30%, I believe.
Carlson didn't win a face-off, even though he had a face-off. The best center for the face-off was Rossi. I think it was 3 for, I want to say 18. It ended up being like 4 for 41, something like that.
Yeah, something brutal like that.
And the shots were, I believe, Tyler obviously has the stats for it. I can't remember. I think it was like 19
39
to 38.
19?
Yeah, something like
38
that.
to
It's
19.
just like, come on, man. Like, if you have the other team out shooting you pretty much double, almost double. Actually, exactly double. 19 to 38, that would be 38, right? Sorry, 19 to 38 would be exactly double. Like, how do you expect to win a game like that? Like, there's no way you would win it unless their goalie is just bad, right? Lankinen got the second star for the game, and he faced 38 shots and let in 4. He was second star. So, yeah, Lankinen was not the issue today. I mean, there were a few that he could get back, but still, like that was the least of the Canucks' worries today, and it's just very unfortunate.
I feel like the only goal that was Lankinen's fault was probably the Kempe goal.
Yeah,
but that was like a 2-on-1. Or sorry, not Kempe. Panarin assisted from
the Panman goal. You know, I'm actually very pissed off. I'm going to tell you a story. So the 24, 25 of us or whatever that was there in the suite, we had a bet going on who was going to score the first Canucks goal. And for some reason, the guy who won picked Panarin. And I'm thinking, so the guy comes to me and he's like, "Oh, you owe so-and-so $5. And I was like, "What? The Canucks haven't even scored." And he's like, "Oh, he picked Panarin." And I was like, I thought at the beginning of the game, we agreed that it was first Canucks goal.
Mm-hmm.
I picked Doc. I mean, he was my whipping boy the whole season. I'm going to give him a chance, but whatever. It is what it is. But, you know, like, the Canucks were not in it today at all.
Nope.
I mean, I don't know how much of a post game you guys did, the two of you, but I'm pretty sure Justin shit on PD.
Actually, I haven't.
Surprisingly, no.
I have not said a single thing. Well, the only thing I said about PD was that him and all the other veterans needed to, lead by example and show some of the toughness. Pull a guy out of the scrum. Don't let Broom and Willander do all the fighting. As young guys, you guys are the vets on this team. You guys need to set a culture and set an example. So, but
there was like a minute 18 left in the game when all that happened.
Exactly.
And we're just standing up there, and we're just like, "What? Really?" Like, it's a 4-0 game.
The 4-0 game, yeah.
Like, okay, good on you to show some fight, but is it necessary?
Well, I mean,
what,
they pulled the goalie with 5 minutes left.
To be very honest, like, we were having such a great time in the suite, we didn't really watch the game.
Yeah, don't blame you.
I got one of the alum to record.
I don't blame you. Yeah.
Yeah, I got one of the alums during the intermission, or actually during one of the games in the hallway, to record an intro for us. So you guys will see it soon. I'm not gonna say who, but
nice.
I was like, Tyler has Astle. I need to one up Tyler. I have the opportunity right now. I got to do it. And I asked him straight up, and I was like, "Hey, can you do me a huge favor?" And he's like, "Yeah, what?" And I told him, and he's just like, "Okay, done. Let's go in the hallway. Let's do it. I got to go to another suite. I got to do some runs." And I was like, "Cool." There was a thing that I would really like him to change, but I just didn't have that, I felt bad to be like, "Hey, can we record it one more time?" He said, "Like or subscribe," instead of like and subscribe. But it's okay. We'll do another one. We'll get him to do another one. It's fine. It's kind of like how I've been telling Tyler for the longest time to get Brandon to redo it, because he said locked on the line change. And it's just a little like, you get it, right? Like, it's just like locked on Canucks, locked on the line change. That's just like, people are really like, So like I'm one of those sticklers for that. Irvin knows it. I don't know if Irvin's here right now, but Irvin knows I'm a stickler for details, and that is like, yeah. But we'll see how it goes. We might use it, we might not, but be prepared for that. It's going to be an addition to that video that we have as an intro, which I still love because Irvin put some time into it, and I love it. Just getting into the whole headspace thing. But today, it wasn't the game. It definitely wasn't like, I mean, the scrimmage, the game was amazing, but it was the connections that I made speaking to, the alums, and then the people that were on the side listening. And I started a group chat with everyone, and everyone's like, hey, throw your YouTube channel here, throw it out. Let us subscribe, and let's just follow us and all that. And I was like, thank you. I appreciate it. Like, the people were so genuine tonight. The people are amazing. And that just shows like what kind of Canucks fans we have. Right? It's very rare. We have this toxicity in Canucks X, Twitter. But when you have these actual real human beings here, spending 11, 12 hours together, you create a bond, and these people are amazing. I love these people. And a running joke that happened, I'll let you guys in on, is Eric, the guy that I hung out with just before coming home, we went to an after the game place, and he's like, and before everyone left, he goes, hey, so let's do the sign up. We're gonna go to LA for the rematch. And everyone's like, what's going on? We're like, yeah, we're the 24 of us are gonna go to LA wearing our actual customized jerseys in LA to watch the game, and they're gonna be like, who are these bozos with like random names on their backs with like numbers that don't match the actual players? And we're like, yeah, we'll do it, but not right now, not this year. So I mean, it's fun. I enjoyed just spending time with these people, actual passionate Canucks fans like Justin, like Tyler, like Irvin, and talked a lot of Canucks. And I'm very excited. Like there could be potentially new content creators that come out of this because they see what we're doing. I actually did a full impromptu stream with Irvin at Park for an hour, and we got one of the guys to talk about it. This guy is so passionate about the Canucks. He skipped a trip to Prague. Oh, did you see it? Tyrell. So Tyrell was supposed.
Oh, Tyrell. Sorry.
Was supposed to be in Prague today for a wedding, and he's like, nope. I need to go to Rogers. I need to like. I didn't even like, the guy was on for at least 10-15 minutes, and I walked away and I was drinking his drink, and he kept going with Irvin. Obviously ordered another drink for him, but but it was great. It's just to see these passionate Canucks fans, even though we're in this situation right now where winning is a bonus, but if it doesn't, it's great. It works towards that 30-second spot. And I think the Canucks are clear of that right now. And, people are still backing it. So it's great just to meet fellow Canucks fans. Hopefully people that are actually watching this stream. Yeah, thank you. I was gonna show that. I saw Irvin post that, and so, yeah.
Hey, it's close enough. TYR, just switch out some of the letters, and yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but the guy is actually leaving tomorrow or the day after to go to Prague. Or sorry, not even to Prague. He's going to meet his girlfriend in Italy, and they'll continue their journeys. But it was really cool that he, skipped that part. I was actually technically supposed to be in Hawaii today, and I talked to that rep, and I was just like, yeah, this could really work out for Headspace, and who gets a chance to skate on Rogers Arena, right? So I was like, so him and I really, clicked, and yeah, hopefully I'll be seeing this guy really soon when he comes back, and yeah, maybe we'll have more content people like Justin that does free stuff for us.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Anytime, man. Glad to support you guys. So
yeah. And Simon, it's not a competition. We've already said it.
No,
it's not a competition.
It was just a joke. It's a joke.
It's
definitely
not a
a
competition. Yeah, it's a joke. I mean, I have a guess as to who it is, but I'm not gonna say.
But at the end of the day,
want me to actually like throw out a guess.
No, we're not going to do that because Irvin doesn't even know.
No.
I didn't even send it to Irvin because it's actually on this camera right now, and I haven't put it on my laptop or anything. I feel bad because today I recorded a lot of stuff on my phone, on the ice, in the locker room, etc. I haven't even posted, so I'll probably post tomorrow for all you guys who are following Headspace Hockey right now. I will show that. It was so much fun. Seriously, I'm so sorry. Like I don't think I've smiled like this in the longest time because it was just.
I can
like
tell.
It was just like
I can tell.
like,
We're happy for you.
I don't. Sorry to like because no one else really got this experience, and I feel bad kind of like rubbing it with everyone, but. I'm so happy. I am just over the world with this because it was just the best experience, even though I'm not a huge fan of Aquaman, but what happened today was just amazing. And it's just, yeah, even at the drafts, they gave us a hat, they gave us a hoodie for our team, like either Orca or Black Skate. I actually gave it back to the person. I was like, can I get a Black Skate hoodie? Because I have a Black Skate jersey, which I don't have a hoodie that I could wear under. Like the only one I have is like a Van hoodie, and it'd be nice to have a Black Skate hoodie. And she's like, okay, we'll either like mail it to you, or the next time you come to the arena, we'll give you one. And I was like, thank you for that. One thing that I was not happy about is I couldn't get a puck. The guy in the locker beside me actually copped a puck. He actually put 4 at the end of the like on the bench, put it there. By the time at the end of the game, there was one left, and he's like, "Screw it," and he grabbed it. And I was like, "Oh, I wish I had my first puck." But it is what it is. I asked the rep, and she's like, "Yeah, I'm sorry, we can't get you that." But hopefully, what we've done for the channel, etc. We'll get a puck at some point. I'm actually thinking of doing a giveaway because the hat that I was given for the draft, I got it signed by a few alum. So if you're following Headspace, we might be doing a giveaway with a hat that's signed by some alums. So watch out for that. One of them is a captain, a long time captain who I think is just amazing. And one last note, sorry for taking up all this time of you guys, but there's a fellow that I met who has a very, very, very interesting hot take, even bigger than Rain, about what will happen with management. And I'm going to set that up, and hopefully he comes on. If you guys hear it and you're just going to be like, what? Really? Like when I was talking to him, I was just like, seriously? But it does make sense. And it might not happen right now, but it could happen before JR leaves. That's all I'm going to tell you guys. So
interesting. I'm looking forward to that for sure. And before
No, it was not okay. I'm gonna let you guys in a little secret. So I actually did wait because I wanted to take a lot of pictures and stuff for content, in my stall and all of that. And everyone was already done their showers. So by the time I went in, Babs and Captain Kirk walked into the showers, and I was just like, like this is very odd. I just kept to myself, and I was just like looking at the wall, and it was just like, it's one of those showers where it's open. It's one of those, you know, kind of high school showers. But the shower, I did a video. I couldn't even touch the shower head because it was so high. It was meant for, you know, basketball players, because it was for the Grizzlies when it was created, right? And it was so high I couldn't even touch the actual shower head. But when I was talking to Stevie when he gave me the sticks, he said the shower pressure is amazing. Yeah, it just like fucking slapped me in the face. Like that's how bad, that's how crazy it was. So yeah. No, it was
Stevie,
bro. It was not a Diddy party. We got legends in the shower. It was me in one corner and the two of them like on one side, and I was just like, oh, I'll just turn around and just like, you know, look up at the wall, and I was just like, oh man, like it was very awkward, but interesting experience. So.
Well, I know you, Stevie. I know you asked me earlier. No, I'm not even gonna go there. No, I'm not even gonna go there. I was gonna go.
No, go for it. Go for it. It's unleashed right now. It's unleashed right now. It's fine. We can go for it.
I'll throw the question back that you threw at me earlier. Did the carpet match the drapes while you were kind of going looking around?
I don't know. I can tell you straight up, I do not know, because I didn't even look. It was just like, it was just awkward, man. Like it was just, I was like, here's my shampoo and here's my conditioner, and I was like, huh. and then that was it. So.
Well, on that note, I hope you didn't drop the soap.
No, we're not in
Was it a bar?
We're not in we're not in prison, man. Bro, it wasn't prison. And these guys are legends. Like, come on, have some respect. Like, I mean, you shaved your head. It kind of looks like you'd probably be one of those. Be like, oh, you dropped your soap. Let me help you. But no, it wasn't.
Oh, Stevie.
No. There's some personal details that I can tell you. Actually, I'm not going to tell you, but there's very distinct markings on their arms and whatnot. So,
well, I know Kirk has. I think it's a full sleeve.
Yeah,
like
it was crazy. So, that was not expected. Like I didn't expect that at all. So.
Stevie, you're freaking hilarious.
Seriously, like Ty, like looking at you and that egghead, like this is just. Can you put like a hat on or like a toque on or something? Like it just, like I'm like, oh man.
Here,
especially after you asking me, did I drop the soap? Like it just makes me envision you as that, you know, predator. With that dirty mustache. With that dirty mustache.
I did this with Kempner earlier. I'll do it again.
Oh my god.
There we go.
No, it's okay. Please take that off.
That better?
No.
Little odd shaped mouth though. I literally did that like last minute. It's the first time I didn't poke any holes in it, so I couldn't actually see the screen when I was on Kempner's watch party earlier.
Yeah, so I actually didn't get a chance to do any of that. So because it was Dusty's wedding, congratulations if Dusty is watching. and Russell was there. Kempner took over for Russell today. Is that what happened?
Yeah.
And how was that?
It was pretty good. I mean, I was originally, supposed to be the first intermission. I ended up sticking around for like the rest of the game after the first period, almost the entirety of the game, which was pretty cool. I know Irvin jumped on for a little bit. I think it was after the second period. Irvin jumped on for the rest of the game. So I actually didn't get a chance to really watch a whole lot. I was, obviously, looking back constantly. I had it on mute because I didn't want Kempner to get demonetized because of the sound. So I had it on mute actually to the commentary. But it was good. We were having a good time, despite the way the game was going. It was good company, just to talk with both Trev and Urban, talk about the team and whatnot, and kind of vent and voice our frustrations with the team. I remember Kempner asked me what on a scale of 1 to 10, how angry I was with the Canucks, and I mentioned it. I was at like a 4 or a 5, but after this game, it moved up to maybe about a 7 or an 8. Because of the fact that they got shut out. So, yeah.
The effort. Yep.
I'm gonna answer Stevie. I did this on the impromptu, and it was Captain Kirk that initiated this, and he says, "Have you guys tried the fries?" I'm like, "No." He's like, "Okay, give me a second." He goes to the server and order something, and fries come on the table. We take a bite and like, oh my God, these fries are amazing. Like the honey butter, like it wasn't too sweet. It was a little sticky, but it wasn't too sweet. And it was just like, man, if I was drunk, I'd be all over this. But I was probably like three Caesars in at that point, and I was like, these taste so good. Like it was unreal. So if you're ever at Park, try out the honey butter fries. Their Korean ribs are actually really good. We didn't end up finishing, and I have some that I brought home. But yeah, check them out. Happy hour. I think it's $6 Molson's pregame, and then some appies that are discounted. But all I can say is the appies are definitely better than the entrees. The entrees were not so good, especially the burgers. No, so.
Urban,
Sorry.
Urban, why did I argue to keep what?
Yeah, I mean, even though Justin had the final say and swayed with Irvin, I won the polls, so technically it's a tie. I've talked to a lot of people. I've talked to people at the brew house. I've talked to like the buddies tonight, and yeah, I wish they were on the stream because they would have sided with me too. Like I made my argument, and they're the same argument, and they're just like, yeah. Like even some of them, I didn't even have to say anything. They're like, he has to go. You give him the boot.
Yeah.
So, but yeah.
Urban says, and I won the coin toss.
Bro, I gave you the chance, man, because I got to pick when Rain was on. That's why I thought it would be only fair and it would be gentlemanly to give you the opportunity to pick. Because at that point, if you win the coin toss, you can pick to go first or second. I thought, you know what? Here, Irvin, you pick the side, and I will argue whatever side you don't want. And you know, Justin obviously sided with you for some reason. I don't know what Irvin gave Justin, but you know, I'm just
I
gonna
was not
say
blackmailed.
Justin's wrong. I'm
not
gonna say
bribed.
Justin's wrong, man.
I was not bribed.
Yeah, Justin's just like, I cannot confirm nor cannot.
No, in my defense, I was just like, just the fact that, this team has fired so many coaches every, year and a half. I just wanted to keep Foot for a little bit more of a organizational stability, and I think Irvin's point of that, it's always the coach that gets the blame because he's the easy scapegoat, right? And, for a team that's going to be rebuilding anyways, you want to start off with a foundation of stability, right? And it has to start from somewhere. So you can't really be changing coaches every year and a half and expect different results when the players have to take accountability on how the season has gone as well. While I did question that, Foot's line deployment decisions are questionable at best, and some of the decisions he's made this year and some of the comments he's made, post game, and hasn't really helped the players have the opportunities to develop. I still think in the long run, you want stability over, a year where everything's gone wrong, because I still feel like, Foot got dealt a bad hand to start the year, injuries, not having a number 2 center. And I think that falls more on management. Management was the guy that brought Foot in. Management was the guy that, promoted Foot just to keep Quinn happy. So, you can't blame Foot for that because, everything that this organization did was to try to make sure that Quinn stayed happy. And look how that turned out. So I think that falls more on management and more on Foot himself as a coach. So that's why I say, keep Foot for another year. The team's going to be tanking and rebuilding anyways. He's obviously shown that he's good for the tank, and it gives the organization an extra year of stability, and it gives Foot a year to see if things were better, if injuries weren't there, if he could actually learn from this season to be able to apply it for next year. So that's where my case was for keeping Foot. So.
Okay, I'm sorry. I Justin, I have to call you out on this.
Yeah.
I love you, brother, but I gotta call you out on this
Yep.
because the point of BS is to listen to both sides and their arguments and their rebuttal and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
You put your personal views into it and sided with the side that was more towards your personal views, as opposed
I beg to
to
differ, but
listening to the facts of why that he should be fired or why he shouldn't be fired. I mean that's, sorry, no disrespect in any way. It's just it kind of feels like it's geared more towards your opinion, but you can disagree with me for sure.
Yeah, no, I mean, I definitely gave both sides an equal opportunity to present their case, right? And I feel like both of you made good points. So, I mean, I don't know. I would beg to differ, but that's full respect to you. Yeah.
No. Because it has nothing, like when we started BS, we said don't pick the person that you have a better relationship with or that you care more about or that you vibe with a bit more. And at the end of the day, I think like Justin and I, even though we don't see eye to eye, I think him and I have that sort of vibe. And for him to make that decision, it is fair. At that point, when I at the end of the BS conversation, I was like, okay, that's fair. Like I accept it. But when I look deeper into it, especially after what you said, it feels a tad more towards how you feel it should be dealt with, as opposed to the actual arguments on both sides.
Fair enough. I hear where you're coming from, so I fully, respect your takes, respectfully as well. So
no, because you know what? Trust me, I think Irvin made a great argument for his case, even though he in chat is saying, "Why did I have to defend this?" But
I mean, it's
yeah.
a controversial topic, no matter which side you're on.
100%. 100%.
Right?
100%.
I mean, whether you're Team Tank or whether you're Team Retool, you know, coaching is probably one of the most talked about topics when it comes to this year in particular, right? So I think both you and Irvin made compelling cases to either side. And I think it would have been the exact same way if the roles were reversed, right? And you were arguing the other sides. I think the case points that were made from both sides could definitely be points that the other person made as well, right? So, I mean,
No, because I think if I argued for Irvin's side, I think at the end
would
of
you
the
have
day,
added
we
anything
probably
differently
still
though? Would you have added anything if you were arguing from Irvin's side, you know, as a discussion point?
to keep him.
Yeah.
I think I think a point that Irvin didn't really make was the so-called conspiracy in why Foot was hired in the first place.
Okay.
And I mean, I still believe it truly that he is going to be that scapegoat, because I've talked to a lot of people ever since that BS topic, and no matter if it's, I believe the guy's named Adam at Brewhouse, and then a lot of the people that were there tonight, the case for Foot to stay, or the reason why Foot was actually hired was to be that scapegoat for Quinn Hughes, because Foot was the best coach for him. And at that point, management already knew that Quinn was not going to be re-signing. And I heard, don't call me out on this, but this is what I heard, is that apparently Quinn already decided not to sign when PD was extended, because
Wow.
he thought that PD is not the person that could lead this team to contention. This is something I heard tonight.
Wow.
I'm not going to say who, but this is something that I heard, and I really wanted to bring it up. I really wanted to bring it up to you guys and pick your brains on it, because I was like, when I heard it, I was like, what? Are you serious? Like, so when PD was extended, this was 2 off seasons ago. And at that point, Quinn already went to management and said, hey, apparently this is like, if you guys can find it in Reddit or whatever, let us know. But this person told me that, you know, Quinn was like, immediately went to management after PD was extended and said, hey, this is not the person that should be extended to lead this team. And this is the reason why I'm not going to extend.
So that brings up an interesting point, because if Quinn had that foresight that long ago, you know, I got to give him credit for being smart, because obviously the way things have unfolded, we can obviously see signs that PD is probably not that guy to lead us to contention. But that makes me question, with the whole JT Miller and Patterson, you know, feud, there's been a little bit of discussion from fans whether Quinn Hughes was more Team PD or Team JT. And a lot of, you know, one of my other friends who's obviously thinks JT Miller was the cancer, he was the issue. I think it was a little bit of both sides, but Pedersen had a role to play too. I think that his argument was that in the end, Quinn went to management and said JT needed to be shipped out. So Quinn was actually on Team PD, which makes me think that what you said now just kind of, you know, wow, it's a bit of a bombshell to hear, you know, that. And to know that if that's truly how Quinn felt when PD got extended, then maybe Quinn knew something all along that, you know, we could obviously see signs now that maybe Quinn had a point.
Okay, how about I put you both in this situation? If you were Quinn and this falling out with JT and PD happened. I mean, obviously we don't know the whole situation and you know the back end things of all of it. But given what you know now, if you were Quinn, would you side with either of them or just been like, yeah, both of them need to go?
As much as I like JT, I think I would have been Quinn. I would have been both of them had to go.
Okay,
right. And I
fair.
think as the captain, as a young captain of this team, knowing that a veteran like JT Miller and some of his antics was probably going a bit overboard, and I can definitely account to that, you know, as a JT Miller fan, that, you know, JT could have handled the whole situation better in instances of how he approached PD, and that he was probably riding PD a bit too hard. At the same time, I can also see that, you know, JT had a point of why he was riding PD so hard. You know, JT is a veteran in this league. He knows that it's not easy to go on deep playoff runs. So when the Canucks had their successful year, knowing that Pedersen pretty much ghosted the second half of the season and didn't show up in the playoffs, the reason why my take is JT saw the potential in Pedersen to be a cornerstone of this franchise. He saw the skill. He saw the potential in Pedersen to be great. But what frustrated JT as a veteran in this league is knowing that you don't get many chances at a cup. Some players don't even get a chance. So when the team is on the rise like that, and you see a young superstar that's supposed to be a franchise cornerstone in Pedersen not giving it his all, he has every right to hold him accountable as a veteran, saying, hey, you know, shape up and carry your weight. You're a future leader of this core. You're a future leader of this team. You don't get many chances at making deep runs. Could he have handled the situation better? Yes, but I also think Pedersen needed to mature and understand that JT had points to be made. You know, this league is a tough league. Nothing's going to be handed to you, and you need to earn your stars and stripes, you know, in other ways that Pedersen just clearly wasn't doing in the second half of the year. So as a supporter of JT Miller, I also think he rode him too hard and he could have handled it better. But I also think PD was a little bit immature and a little bit, you know, not understanding the full severity of how hard it is to stay in this league, how hard it is to win a cup in this league, let alone be on a successful team. So I think Quinn Hughes had every right.
I'm not laughing at what you're saying. I'm only laughing at. I'm sorry,
Stevie.
I'm laughing. I'm laughing at this comment.
Yeah, that one.
What did JT? Stop. Oh, Jesus Christ, Japan.
So, no, I agree with you. I definitely do agree with you. And I wasn't laughing at your whole commentary of that. Yeah. It was because Stevie was just trying to be like,
it's all good.
Like, yeah,
it's all good.
Okay, cool. Tyler, views, same thing, similar. I think you're gonna side with JT anyways, but.
No, I'm actually in the same boat as Justin. I'd ship both of them out.
Yeah.
You know, because clearly, I mean, Justin, you hit the nail right on the head. You know, JT was a little too harsh on PD, but at the same time, PD, you disappear through that second half of the season, don't show up in the playoffs, and then the following offseason, you don't come into camp in shape.
Yeah.
On top of that, I can see why Miller was pissed.
Yeah.
You know,
Exactly.
You didn't, you know, and plus this is right after you sign that extension, too. Right after you get your money, don't show up in the playoffs, and then you come into camp not in shape.
And that's probably why JT was so pissed at PD, because JT was like saying, you know, this franchise has committed to you long term, giving you the money you wanted, giving you the term. And they fully trust in you to be a cornerstone of this franchise. So not only did you, for whatever reason, did you ghost the second half of the season, didn't show up in playoffs, whether it was injury or whatnot, his wrist or whatever, fine. But during the summer, if you don't put your application to practice and show up to camp after such a disappointing season, and you're supposed to be a cornerstone piece of the future going forward, that says a lot about your desire to succeed. And I think that's where JT realized that the 23-24, Canucks, when they had such a great year, that Pedersen just didn't show up. And so he came to camp out of shape for whatever reason. And that was what probably spiraled a lot of the feud. I'm not saying JT was right, because JT was definitely a bit too harsh. Calling him a baby, calling him or whatever that was reported.
Sorry, was that actually reported?
Was
Calling
what
him a
important?
baby? Well, no. What is this actual fact that JT called him a baby?
From what I heard, I think there's been multiple sources that there was some sort of disagreement in the locker room, and that he called PD some sort of like baby or whatever the term was, that he wasn't coming to camp in shape. It was some sort of slur.
No, it was speculation that it was homophobic.
If it was, like I said, ship them both out. If you're Quinn, you can't take one side over the other. Ship them both out. One guy's obviously too immature to come to camp in shape when he's being paid like a cornerstone piece, and JT went overboard. So,
I'm gonna treat this as BS. This is not how I feel, but because both of you are on that side, I am gonna argue the other.
Okay.
Not necessarily because I feel this way, but I'm just gonna throw this wrench at you guys.
Okay.
Because I think both of you can handle this, and definitely whatever rebuttal that you'll give me, I think will be suffice. But I'm gonna throw this at you. So the All-Star game. So we had 6. Was it 6 or even 7, including Lindholm and Tocchet? The All-Star game. This was 23-24.
Yep.
Yeah. Did you guys watch the skills competition? Actually, let's put it this way. Do you remember watching the skills competition?
Wasn't Pedersen one of the leaders in the passing
competition? Possibly. I don't remember that, but the most, like, what I remember the most was when he was doing his obstacle. So when he was trying to hit targets, like the passing targets and all of that.
Yep.
And he missed a lot of them. He missed a lot. And at that time, we were thinking, dude, he's got this in the bag, and it didn't happen. And ever since the All-Star break, that's when he started to do the decline, right? And it feels like there was an injury issue that was bothering him. That this was obviously just before I think it was just before the extension, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Because the extension it was past All-Star.
I think it was after
the All-Star.
Yeah.
Right. So would management know about this injury? And if that injury is what he was talking about in the offseason, management definitely would have known. But they still chose to extend him. They chose to use Carolina as a leverage to say, hey, exactly, a threat. If you're not going to resign, we're going to ship you over to Carolina. So isn't that kind of unethical in terms of like the management style? Because knowing the person, that player is injured, and saying, you either extend or you don't, or we're going to trade your ass.
I mean, it's definitely shady, but I also feel like it's not surprising because, maybe they were possibly using the injury excuse to try to get leverage on the deal.
Yeah.
Right. And I think maybe they could have.
But it still ended up being 11.6.
It still ended up being 11.6, mind you. But ultimately, I think that's probably where management was coming from. Is like they know that they were dealing with an injury that, he could have been dealing with. But because they were using that injury as a possible excuse to maybe lower the numbers a bit or lower, get a more favorable team-friendly contract was what put a lot of the pressure on Pettersson to have to play. Because I think the threat of being traded to Carolina was probably what weighed a lot on Pettersson's mental health as well. Because knowing that he was this superstar that was supposed to experience success, everywhere that he went before he got drafted, right? And then not being able to replicate that in Vancouver with, our playoff utility other than that 1 year where everything went right. As a cornerstone, everyone had already preordained Pettersson, Hughes, and Besser as the future. Right. So a lot of that mental pressure from Pettersson having to carry this new core into the future was probably what was weighing into his injury, into his fall off. Because one thing I don't believe in is like his fall off dropped off right after the All-Star break. Like you said, his first half of the season, he was on fire. So that makes you think what motivations or what happened to make him fall off so drastically.
Like, bro, at the All-Star break, he was projected. His projection on the points, I mean, he ended up over 100 points, I believe. If I'm right. He was projected to at least have like 120 points.
Mm-hmm.
At least. And that obviously didn't come to fruition. But they knowingly knew that he was injured and extended him to 11.6. So at the end of the day, it's kind of still that same argument that I had in the past. Management gave him that 11.6. We should be mad at management as opposed to mad at PD. And if someone were to offer you 11.6, are you going to be like, oh no, I'm not going to take it because I suck?
I hear you, and I can definitely rebuttal on that. I mean,
yeah, I that's why, because I know Justin, and I know there's going to be a great rebuttal. That's why I brought this up.
No, I completely agree, but I think Pettersson also was a bit of a diva, and I'm not afraid to call him that because before the extension was even brought up, or before the even extension, when the media asked him about like what's your future like in Vancouver, he didn't want to talk about it. He didn't want to address it. He said, I have to kind of think about things, see where the team is heading. I want to be playing for a winning team. And, a lot of what he wanted to see in the team before he would even discuss a possibility of an extension, that's where the team started to turn the corner. The team started winning, so he felt more inclined towards signing an extension. So, if you didn't make those comments that, I want to see the team moving forward, it didn't really expedite the process any sooner. Right. And I think that's where a lot of the pressure was on Pettersson. A lot of the responsibility was on Pettersson too, because if you're not a prima donna, if you're not a diva, you wouldn't be, asking for those things. You're putting the pressure back on the organization to prove to you that you're worth staying and that you're worth an extension. So, I mean, yes, Pettersson was kind of bullied and kind of, forced or used his injury as a leverage. Management used that as a leverage to threaten a trade to Carolina and push the extension across the finish line. But at the same time, Pettersson also has to realize that he didn't want to talk about it until he got things his way. And I think we've seen patterns of that over the years. Like he got Tocchet. He didn't like the way Tocchet coached. Tocchet's gone, right? He didn't like the opportunities he was being given because JT felt like he was getting a lot of the top power play minutes with the best defenseman in Hughes, and he was getting secondary minutes on the second unit, right? And he didn't like his line mates.
Playing on the first unit?
He was, but then at the second time, a lot of the instances later on was he wasn't getting prime line mates. He was being shipped, I think, paired with like Lafferty and like Mikheyev. And I think he made a comment that, you know, JT was getting all the prime minutes with Hughes and Besser and, you know, better quality line mates. So it was frustrating that Petey's play fell off because he didn't like his line mates. And that's where, you know, Mikheyev went. He didn't like Tocchet, so Tocchet left. And I also think that this is another topic for another day, that I also think Tocchet was a very JT guy. Tocchet didn't like Pettersson's work ethic, and I think that's why Tocchet didn't end up staying. So, you know, I don't know. I feel like there has to be a reason for his accountability, but also the fact that his play fell off so drastically. And one thing that Pettersson also did constantly to the media was deny that there was any injury. He denied that there was
until the end of the season.
He got pushed to the very point where he was saying, this is an injury that I'm probably going to have to play through for, you know, however long, and I'm going to have to deal with it. But when he was first initially asked why his play fell off, he was like, his agent and himself said that there was no injury. And if he was truly injured, would he not have the audacity to go to management and say, you know, I'm not giving you guys the best chance to win. You know, I need to sit out for a while. But because of the threat of the trade, because of the threat of the extension, that he felt like he had to suffer, he had to play through his injury and mask everything, even though he denied it to fans, even though he denied it to media. So
do you think that this kind of leads to the segue to this, like what I've pinned right here with Irvin, which I wish Irvin was here online. If you're not asleep right now, you might as well just jump on, because this is also a headspace thing. Because I know truly what Justin feels like. I'm going to quote you, but let me know if I'm wrong. You said Quinn Hughes sold jerseys. That's why they made him captain.
Yeah, that was my take.
With the same,
and I honestly think the more
case, and with the same case, did management extend Petey because they know that they're going to sell jerseys? That's a same question back to you, because you talked about Quinn Hughes.
Yep.
Jerseys.
No, I completely agree, because when the discussion of captaincy was to name, I thought Pettersson and Hughes would probably be two of the front runners to be replaced and as the new captain. And I honestly thought a lot of Pettersson fans had Pettersson as the next captain, right? And I honestly think Pettersson would probably have been a better captain, possibly, if he was given that opportunity. But at the same time, now looking back at how everything had unfolded, I look back on that day when they named Hughes captain. I realized that Hughes was the franchise defenseman. He's the best defenseman that we've ever had. I think it was more of a marketing ploy for them to name Hughes captain, because they knew that they could market and profit off of him more than Pettersson. I'm not saying Pettersson isn't a popular player, but I realized that there was so much noise around Pettersson with his extension, with his injuries, with his drop off of play, that they weren't able to capitalize as well off of Pettersson financially, for whatever reason, whether it's jersey, whether it's merch sales, than Hughes. I felt like Hughes gave the fan base a lot more excitement, because we have never seen a defenseman as dynamic as Hughes in our history. So it was easier for the organization to realize from a fiscal point of view that Hughes was probably the better money maker, right? And so whether Pedersen was extended because of the fact that they knew something was up with Hughes and that they could also double dip in a way. You name Hughes captain, you extend Pedersen, you have two cornerstones of your guys that your Pedersen and Hughes jerseys are going to fly off the shelves. I wouldn't be surprised if this organization thought that way, because it seems like every sort of decision that they make is primarily based on the bottom line, right? And obviously we've seen how it turned out with how this team and this core has totally dismantled itself. But I agree with Irvin. Management only cares about who sells tickets, who's going to bring in the top dollar. And it's why I think they were hesitant on letting Quinn Hughes go to Four Nations, because they didn't want him to come back injured, because it could impact people coming to games to see Hughes. It could impact, merch sales. It could impact the financial dollars. So it's tough. Honestly, like, I wish that this organization was more, competent, with their strategic decision making rather than just what's going to impact the bottom dollar. Because one thing that I've talked to many people about is that I don't get how the other 31 organizations can seem to be able to figure things out logically and do things that make sense. And this organization always seems to do things that, make us mad and make us like question why they're doing it to begin with.
Sorry, with exception of the Leafs. That I have to say. I
Okay.
have to say with exception of the Leafs.
Fair enough.
So
Fair
30
enough.
of
The
those
Leafs are
games.
probably just as bad because their management group is being ripped to shreds now too, which, True Living and everything like that, and how that team has fallen off the map too.
I had the longest conversation with one of the guys tonight about the Leafs and them picking Matthews, like stripping Tavares of captaincy and giving it to Matthews. The longest. It took almost the whole period.
Mm-hmm.
So Leafs are sort of also in that boat where they made a terrible mistake. Like, they should not have given Matthews the captaincy.
Yeah.
Because now
It
the
was a
pressure is
passing of
on
the
his
guard.
shoulders, and you still have Tavares there, and then you end up extending him. Like, it's just very messy. And the Canucks at the same point is the same thing. Like, naming Hughes the captain, was he ready for it? I mean, he said the right things at the right time, but was he a great captain? I don't know. And then they go and extend PD. Like, it just seems it's like a carbon copy for the Leafs and for the Canucks.
Yeah.
Obviously, like, Hughes didn't have PD didn't have the captaincy and they gave it to Hughes, but like, it just seems kind of like a carbon copy in a way.
So that makes me question: are you worried that the Canucks are going to try to right the wrongs, seeing how Hughes' captaincy's reign ended? Do you think they're going to try to fix that by naming Pedersen captain?
No, I'm sorry, no. I mean, I think I've always said, no matter who I talk to with you, like I've said this clearly to you, that, by the end of the season, like, I think on Headspace, when we did the impromptu, we talked about captaincy also. And, I for one would not name a captain next season.
I agree.
And go back to, the 3As.
I agree.
Kind of like before they did Horvat, before they named Horvat captain, same thing. I would do the same thing because the team's not ready for it.
Exactly.
And there are front runners for it, no matter if it's Coots or Buem or Hronik. There is no one side that could take it full on at this point right now.
Exactly.
And but the issue is management, I think, really wants to name a captain.
They do.
And
That's
you'll see.
That's why I asked. Because I know they're going to try to use that as a selling point for why they're going to raise prices next season.
And by the end of the season, at the season finale, the home season finale, whoever speaks is going to be the captain. Like straight up. Like I would put money on that.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is another carbon copy of how Hughes got the captaincy. Remember, before Hughes was named captain at the beginning of the season, that season prior, he was the person that spoke at the end of the season and said, you know what, thank you for this, thank you for that, thank you to the fans, blah, 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 blah. Like, we will become a better team. We will have, blah, 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 blah. And then he was named captain. But at that point, none of us really looked at that and was like, is it going to be like, there was still speculation. Could it be PD? Could it be JT? Could it be Quinn? So right now, this is another rework in the histories, another carbon copy.
God forbid if this happens again and they give the mic to Kane on.
No, it's not going to be Kane. It's definitely going to be. It's definitely going to be heroic. I know you're joking, but it's definitely going to be heroic.
Yeah, not just because of the captaincy, but if he speaks, you already know that a Kane extension is incoming. Like it's brutal. So.
Please.
But no, I agree. Like, what's the rush of naming a captain? This team isn't ready yet. Until you see who's willing to step up, like, why not just have a cup 3As and rotate a whole season through 3As? You have your best,
100%.
Give Pedersen an A, give Roenick an A, and rotate them. You could do three different players on home ice, and then you can give it three on road games. 3 different players
100%.
on road games, right? That way you're
100%.
developing, 4, 5, 6 guys as young leaders. Whether it's a home game, whether it's a road game, you're giving 6 guys leadership experience to develop and grow into. So that, if we draft McKenna, if we draft Stenberg, whatever it may be, you bring in Coots, next year as well. Then those guys can probably learn from, the 5, 6 guys and have some sort of assistant letter on their chest, whether it's on home games or away games, and develop their leadership that way. And then, in 2-3 years, when there's a clear cut candidate, you hear what these players are saying after games, you see which players are performing and stepping up to the plate as a leader on and off the ice. Then there's your clear cut captain. Right. But I think this organization is too impatient and they're going to try to force a captaincy as soon as next season. And that's what scares me. So.
No, I definitely agree. I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
So
agreed. And actually, Tyson Cole and I talked a little bit about this earlier today. Because we were talking a lot about Bouillon. I said 5 or 6 years from now, Bouillon could be a captain. Just with what he was saying about culture and just the quotes and the maturity he was showing. Obviously, because he's only 20 years old. But maybe when he's 25, 26, if he's still a part of the Canucks, he could be. Like he said, Bouillon was his pick after hearing what Bouillon said, when he talked to him in the locker room. He's like, Bouillon is my pick. But 5 or 6 years from now, like you don't need to rush into
who said that?
A captain now. You can wait. Coots. He mentioned Coots is another one. You could. Tyson Cole.
Okay.
From Canucks Army. We because he did an article on Canucks Army, just talking about Bouillon and how him and the young guys and the culture. I can send you the article at some time. It was a really good article, but it was focused on Bouillon and just some quotes that he had, talking about how, the culture and how Bouillon back when he was younger playing, I think maybe in Denver, where he basically every Sunday night he would have his teammates over at Bouillon's house just to hang out and, build that camaraderie, build that brotherhood between teammates. He would actually have teammates over at his place so they could just chill out, not necessarily talk about hockey, just talk about life, hang out, get to know each other better. And Booyam actually said that that's what he wants. That's the type of mentality and culture that he wants. And I thought that was fantastic to hear from a 20-year-old saying that he did this when he was even younger than 20 years old. He said this as a teenager. So I just thought that was fantastic and just shows you maturity with a guy who's 20 years old. He's showing maturity. And, it made me really think, maybe Booyam could have captain potential when he's saying this stuff now, when he's still this young. He can even grow that even more 5 or 6 years from now.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I definitely agree with that because I do see the potential, especially how he's dealing with media. And this kid obviously has won, at every level except the NHL. And, not that he's arrogant, but, he is a special player. And I think a couple games ago, he showed that Quinn Hughes imitation. I saw that and I was just like, holy shit, just dragging it and then just breaking ankles and just going in and just going for it. But everything that he said to media has been captain-esque, leadership wise. And especially after what Tyler just said about, after games and people gathering at his place and just talking hockey and whatnot, definitely could be a potential. But there's also Coots who could be a potential candidate, being in Seattle before he was traded, youngest captain, I think he was 17. Definitely has that leadership quality. So if you have these front runners, both young, I mean, obviously Coots is a little younger. Why rush? Because once you name a captain, it's not like you can strip them. And I would not like to see a team name a captain and then strip them like Linden.
It would be such bad optics.
It's just right. Yeah. So, anyways, I want to know if Justin has a rebuttal for this from Stevie.
No way Pedersen would be able to handle.
Being captain.
About what?
Able to handle being captain, he would melt away and hide. Hughes has always been a leader. He was so young, USA. Thoughts?
I think Hughes has a lot more of the family pedigree. I think, not just from the brothers, but also from their mother being, the athlete that she was. I think that sort of championship pedigree, that sort of hockey background was what conditioned Hughes to be better shaped to be a leader. Pedersen is skilled. Pedersen has had success everywhere he's gone. Before he was even drafted, he was just, winning everything. And I think that success was what made it very hard for him to translate. But he's never had to step up to a leadership position where he's had to, be a leader. Because success has pretty much followed Pedersen throughout his whole career until the last few years, I would say. Even in his first few years in Vancouver, even though the team sucked, we saw flashes of Pedersen's, skill and potential. So I just don't think that he has that leadership capability in him to be a captain. And that when the pressure, and that's one thing, is being a captain is one thing. You're going to deal with a lot of the pressure of being a captain in the NHL because there's only going to be 32 of them, right? You're the guy that has to answer questions every single night. You're the guy that, you have to take care of the on ice performance when things don't go well. You have to also be able to live up to the pressure of playing, of not just being a captain, but being a captain in the Canadian market as passionate as Vancouver. And what signs have we seen from Pedersen that he was able to handle any of that?
Okay. Aside from all that, skill wise, like defensively responsible, all of that. We have a lot of comments, and I love it. I love how everyone's really involved right now. Like even
it's great.
Elfin is up
Especially
at 2 in the morning.
morning.
Irvin's still around. Hangia, all these people right here. Let me put this in perspective. PD was drafted number 5. Number 5 in his draft year.
Yep.
It was a center/wing, even though he was playing the majority of his time in Sweden in the SHL as a winger. But they put the C, like center. Do you think that has any sort of, does that account for anything in terms of leadership or whatnot? Because he was transitioned, made into a center. He can play center, obviously, but he played the majority of his career as a winger. And that's why, he had the results. He had the pedigree. He had the winning, all of that in SHL. He was painted gold and all of that. When he came to NHL, they tried very hard to make him into a center, which still at this point right now, I don't really see why. Do you take that into consideration when naming a captain or leadership or whatnot, because he's playing in a position where he technically hasn't been playing his whole career?
I don't think it's
because
that.
if he played well as a winger, do you think he would be able to lead a team because he has less responsibilities winning faceoffs, being defensively sound, having to change his whole basic role when Tocchet came in to play defensively as opposed to, he was limited on the defensive side, and he was made into that defensive PD, which we see now today. If he had less of that on his plate, do you think he would have time to be that leader? And, it's like, don't bother me. I have shit I need to focus on, like winning faceoffs or playing defensively. Like, if he didn't have any of that, do you think that he could be a leader?
But in his rookie year, when he first started, did he not start on the wing?
Yep.
Because that's what I was remembering. Is like, I don't think they drafted him to be a center.
No, but they molded him to be a center. Remember why Lotto Line happened? Is because JT, so PD was technically center, but JT was taking the majority of the faceoffs. And that's how Lotto Line worked. JT was going to play on the left, but he took the faceoffs, and PD ended up sort of taking the left wing after the faceoffs or moved back to center, and Besser was on the right wing.
So I get the Lotto Line was the 649 line, and so it was naturally easy to assume that 40 Elias Pettersson was the center in that line. But like you were saying, JT Miller took the brunt of the faceoffs on that line, and probably had more success at it. But I also feel like PD was a lot more dynamic in his earlier years as a winger. And I think the transition of when they started transitioning him to be a center and be more defensively responsible goes far before Tocchet even tried to implement a defensive system.
Fair. But here's the situation is having that extra plate, like, so when Tocchet came in, made him like, oh, you're going to be playing center. Then JT, like, you didn't see the Lotto Line as much.
No, they
right?
broke that up, and fans were clamoring for the Lotto line to be reunited because of the success that they had
So
before.
so if PD was playing on the wing and PD was playing at a position that he's comfortable with,
Yeah.
would he have more bandwidth to become a leader? Because he's just focused on scoring and whatnot. Not even like Tocchet coming in and being the defensive
I would
aspect.
say so. I mean, less defensive
So-
responsibilities.
So you're agreeing with me that he could be a leader if he was playing at a position that he was more comfortable with.
Yeah, but how many times have we even given PD the opportunity to? I feel like it's too late now that we've conditioned PD to be a center and that everyone sees PD as a center now in this organization, that it's tough to allow him to go back to what he was most comfortable with in his earlier years because we just don't have the center depth to cover for it now. Right? Like if
Right.
you move
So-
PD to the wing, take off some of the defensive responsibilities, he can definitely step up and be a little bit more successful. But tell me who we have going down the middle if we move PD
No, it
to
doesn't
the wing.
it doesn't matter that because at that point it would be a management issue. It wouldn't be a coaching issue. It wouldn't be the player issue. It would be management going out to get an extra center.
Yeah.
Like 2 extra centers.
Yeah.
And at that point, PD can focus on his side of the game and not worry about all these other things that he's doing right now, which he's obviously massively improved on, with exception of tonight, because he stunk at the face-off.
So that
today. But
so that brings me to his one good year again, like his 102-point season. Like, was that because Pedersen excelled at what he was doing, or was that primarily the Lotto line and Hughes and JT and Besser lifting him to such heights? Is Pedersen a
I would say-
legitimate 100-point player on his own?
if he was on the wing, I would say so.
You would think so?
I mean,
You would think,
I'm going out on a limb and saying he would be.
yeah. So even if you were
Because-
to, like, I don't know, move him to the wing and get a legitimate center, could he achieve those heights again? Because I feel like that's another take that a lot of fans say, is that Pedersen wasn't a definite 100-point player. It was the Lotto line that lifted him to such heights.
Okay. I think there has been an argument or conversation about, PD needing better players to play with.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's and for me specifically, it's not better players to play with. He needs to have a centerman he's playing with.
Okay.
Like the whole franchise, the whole, like they're going through it very wrong. And hopefully when people see this, can understand where I'm coming from. The
Yeah.
most success is when he's playing on wing.
So then the
Secondly,
onus falls on management for miscasting everyone.
yes, it is. Like that's the point I'm trying to make
They
right now.
miscasted Pedersen. They miscasted.
He's not a
JT.
center. He's not a center. And if we kept JT and they didn't have that feud, potentially we could still keep the Lotto line. Even I don't know, Tocchet is stubborn, but yeah. I mean, what Servant been saying
Man,
took
what
some
could have
balls
been, man.
to do it.
If Bo and JT didn't have if they didn't miscast that situation, we could have had Bo and JT as our 2 centers, and then you could have
Look
a
at the
very
All-Star
dynamic
game.
Pedersen on one of their lines.
Look
on the
at the
wing.
exactly. Look at the All-Star game that when Bo was traded to Islanders, Bo ended up still playing for the Western team.
So
And him
depressing, man.
he played with PD. He played with PD and they scored.
It's so
if you had
freaking depressing. They botched it so badly.
Yeah, if you kept Bo, knowing that JT did not work, you could have Bo and PD on the same line. go out and get an extra centerman or 2 or 3, whatever it is, it would have worked. Is what I'm trying to say.
Oh my god.
Because at this point right now, playing PD at center, there's too many defensive, responsibilities. There's face-off responsibilities. There's just too much on his plate, and he can't handle it. Which kind of leads to, I think, at some point, Swerve Irvin and I will talk about at Headspace Hockey is that mentality of things.
Yeah.
Because it just you can't force someone who is attuned to that position and expect him, you know what, you played well at wing, you know what, you're actually you can play center. So we're gonna throw you in there and you need to give us the same sort of results.
Lucas Reichel.
Like, this is me defending Petey, even though I shouldn't, but I think this is what we should be talking about, as opposed to like 11.6, like everything that you've been throwing out in our group chats, on streams, on whatever. This is the point, the root of the problem that we should be discussing, as opposed to, is he 100-point player?
Well, that's on management, that they miscasted the whole situation to begin with. Like, you imagine, like, the whole Lucas Reichel situation. Didn't they pick him up because they thought he was a center? And they never actually played him at center?
Exactly.
Right?
So do you sort of agree with me in what I'm trying to say the last 20 minutes about how this miscast is putting pressure on him, even though he can be a leader? Right. It was maybe a couple of months ago. There was an article about, when Ogren came in, Hogs was talking about PD, PD trying to help, all these Swedes, and it was a one-sided, because all the Swedes were talking very highly of PD. He can be that leader, but he's just in the wrong position. And you crapping on him on that 11.6.
Well, yeah, because he's not living up to that value. And I definitely agree that whether it's a miscasting or whether it's his play dropping off the a map, there has to be a reason why, because we know and we've seen what he can do. Right? And whether it's injuries,
at wing,
but he's also, developed and transitioned into a center, whether it's willingly or unwillingly.
Bro, he still sucks at face-offs.
He sucks. I agree. The guy's barely.
Why would you put someone there
on most nights?
Why would you put him there? Like, I mean, Russell, if Russell's watching this, he's gonna hate on me because PD has improved in his face-offs, and it's obviously, like, he's taken so many more face-offs at the beginning of the year when the center position was depleted. But if you moved him on the wing, wouldn't that solve all problems? And like you said, mismanagement by management.
It's a complete botching all the way around. Like you said, if the Bo and JT were, the two centers, you could have PD on Bo's wing. If they didn't botch Toffoli, we could technically have had Toffoli, Horvat, PD, Besser, JT, as a top 5. And that would be so much better than what we have, like, right now. And, like, yes, I understand that face-offs are a key part of the game because, it carries with it puck possession and PD sucks at it. But right now he's being paid as our 1C, right?
Which is wrong already.
It's completely wrong. And I agree. Like, our best face-off guy is probably Ratu.
Oh, he was terrible tonight,
guy is Ratu, and the guy can barely get into the lineup. That's
he was
another
terrible
botch.
tonight.
That's another management botch. So they're not only botching the roster and the core, but they're botching where they're putting players are most comfortable. Right? JT was a pretty good face-off guy. Bo Horvat was an awesome face-off guy. The guy was always leading the league in face-offs. How did we botch that to where we are now, where we have, like, they botched Pew Suter. Pew Suter was probably a serviceable 2C.
Because I mean, at this point, if you look back, if you have, Bo, JT, or even if you traded Bo,
Yeah.
or sorry, even if you traded JT, you would have Bo, Ratu slowly moving to the 2C, Suter on 3, or Suter on 2, Bluger on 3.
Yep.
And then
Ratu on 4.
whoever. Like it just gives them so many more options, and it just it's like you can never have enough
We have
centermen.
freaking like Pedersen and Hedel because management failed to go find a 2C during the summer. And wasn't it JR that said, it's too costly not to find a 2C or something like that along those lines? And they still failed at it.
It's going to be
right? Like they came out flat. It's like you need a deep center core. Like any cup contender has deep center cores, right? And JR coming out and saying, it's too costly for us not to find a 2C. And what did they do? They didn't find one. They tried to pay for one, but they didn't find one. And then obviously gambling, rolling the dice on Hedel, God forbid you want him to, latest news is he's skating with a bubble again and he's trying to make a comeback. And, I think for his health, he needs to just shut it down and not, try to come back because there's really nothing to come back to, especially in a season.
Yeah,
like
I think you and I are definitely on the same page on that. I think even on the last post game with Tyler, I was saying that Hedel should just hang it up.
Hang him
for
up,
his kids, for his
for the
family.
betterment of his career, his betterment of his quality of life, his family's. It's just not worth it.
Yeah.
So.
Ryan Thompson, like his play dropped because he cashed in and lost the love of the game. That's not necessarily true. Like what I'm trying to argue right now is that he should be deployed as a winger, not a centerman. And right here, he only has 110 shots in the season, 11.6. You expect at least 250, even if he sucks at faceoffs. Yes, it's mainly because of how. Yeah, it's because of how Tocchet has molded him into that defensive player when he should be an offensive player. When you pay 11.6, you expect that offensive side. But because of what Tocchet did, is what has built his, what Russell has said could potentially be a, Datsuk kind of player.
Mm-hmm.
But his face-offs are definitely too weak for that. So thank you, Ryan, for finally agreeing with me. Yeah, we guys we're at 3.5. I've definitely had a long day. I don't know if you guys want to continue. Tyler has been yawning for the last 20 minutes.
Tyler must be tired.
And I mean, we could definitely do this another time. I appreciate all the viewers that we have right now. So
no, it's great.
We
like
just
to see the engagement in the chat. This late.
I want to go through all the. I want to go through all the chat. There's so many comments, but I'm to a point where I'm just gonna pass PTFO right now because but definitely appreciate you guys.
Yeah, I did want to throw something on to crap. Forgot what I was going to say. But I completely agree with you, G, on PD being a winger. 100% agree. I think he should be a winger. And it's like you were saying about Tocchet instilling this defensive mindset. It's like what Tocchet said. He reprogrammed him. He was trying to reprogram. He literally
it's a shame.
Admitted that he's trying to reprogram PD. And I think you guys said earlier with Tocchet, Tocchet didn't like PD's work ethic, which is fair. He didn't like it. And, Justin, you mentioned how Tocchet was a bit of a JT guy. You could kind of see a bit of a shift in Tocchet after JT got traded. You could tell, like, I'm not sure if this has come out or anything, but you could tell he wasn't happy about it, about JT being shipped out. I think I wouldn't be surprised.
I don't think anyone would.
I think that's when Tocchet made his decision that he wasn't coming back. I would be surprised if that was when he was like, okay, that's it. I'm done. You guys shipped out my guy, and you kept this guy, who I obviously have issues with and don't like his work ethic.
Well, I don't think Tocchet's the only one to criticize PD on his work ethic. I think we've heard it from Hughes.
Mm-hmm.
We've heard it from, Teddy Bluger. We've heard it from, other guys on the team that might not have called out PD by name, but have alluded to the fact that, some of the veterans on this team and their leadership and their, I guess, work ethic hasn't been up to par. And it's pretty
I think
simple
even
hearing
Besser
the context of those comments from those guys, knowing that exactly who they're talking about. Right? So, I mean, JT obviously didn't like his work ethic coming to camp.
We heard Besser say it too.
Yeah.
After he had that 2-goal game, Besser even said he didn't necessarily, it wasn't about a work ethic thing. He basically said, we need to see more of that from PD. So he kind of, in a way, called out PD, saying, we need to see more of that.
Oh, because when they asked him about
even
the two goals, 2 power play goals, and the shots that, PD took. Yeah.
It was on the power play, though.
I know, it was on the power play. But at the same time, I think they were asking, like, how relieving is it to see PD, get those 2 goals? And he was saying, we need to see more of that from PD, issue first mentality. And
I think it was mainly about the shot, the one-timer. I think that was the main thing was the one-timer. Seeing him, with the one-timer, getting that one-timer goal, and basically Besser was basically saying, like, PD, when you get that, just blast it. Just blast it. Yeah, blast it. Let it go.
I mean, if you look at his stats, and the amount of one-timers that he's had since that 23-24 season, I don't even know if it's even half. Like it's terrible.
It's definitely gone down. Definitely gone down.
I think he needs to focus on what he's good at. Management, coaching needs to focus on, what he's actually good at. He's expanded his arsenal with the defensive side of things, but just let him play his game.
Wasn't
and I think it would be fine.
That told PD, you're a good player, you have the skill, you have the shot, and that was when he kind of picked it up again, when he was going through a similar slump.
But I mean, with Foot, whatever systems you call like even systems, or like every time you see me, like it's just like that's why Foot got to go, man. Like unless he changes things, and it's just I don't see this team advancing or moving forward unless either A, PD gets a new fresh start, or Foot changes his systems. Trust me, if PD is traded to any team, they're going to probably deploy him as a wing, and he's going to be a 100-point player, and everyone's going to be like, why? Where was that? What happened?
Yeah.
And if you don't utilize
if that
what
happens,
you have right now,
I'll be happy for him. If that happens, if he flourishes elsewhere and returns to the form that we saw in his rookie year on another team, I'll be happy for him because, I think a fresh start is what's best for him. I think a fresh start is what's
I just
best
need to see him as a winger. That's his fresh start with the Canucks.
Yeah, you're not going to see that. Not with our center depth right now.
Then tell Aquaman that.
Yeah, you like if we had legitimate centermen that can actually, be centers, then sure, try PD on the wing. But right now, we don't have anyone at center. Blueger might be, gone at the end of the year.
Here's a thought. Why not deploy Rossi and Petey? I know we don't have enough center depth. I know we don't have the center depth. We're bottomed out. We're like 15. I don't know how many points now. At least 15 points clear of 31st. Why not try it?
It's not going to happen. Not this season. Maybe next season to start. But this season, they already hooked. They already are set on the bro line. Foot is set on the bro line. That's the only constant that has remained constant throughout the last few weeks.
Yeah. Well, they haven't been producing.
They haven't. But at the same time, tonight being the exception, but I think Rossi has 12 points in the last 6 games or something like that. Or something. I don't know the exact figures, but something along those lines. So Foot isn't the type of coach that'll just split up a line just to experiment.
So does that answer the question why I think Foot should go?
Hmm?
Does that answer the question why Foot should go? Does that support my argument? Unless he changes it.
But at the same time, this late in the season, what is it going to solve?
No, what it's going to solve is you, Justin, changing your vote for me instead of Irving. I'm just kidding. I'm honestly, I'm sorry. I'm really tired right now. I think
it's all good.
I'm just gonna call it. Like I said, I appreciate, especially Alfred still staying up at 2:30. We got Hangia, Ryan Thompson, who kind of just showed up at 2. I think Irvin's gone, but I want to reply to all those comments. I just don't have the capacity right now. So
it's all fair.
And apparently Alfred's waiting to get on a plane. He's waiting to get on a plane to go to Toronto.
Wow,
bro, my God. Have a good trip, my friend. Enjoy Toronto. Enjoy the cold.
That's crazy.
Apparently,
definitely shout out to
perfect
Alfred,
timing.
Safe
Tomorrow,
travels to Alfred.
I guess today is opening day, so
opening day for Blue Jays.
I just want to mention something because Blue Jays is opening day today. Yeah. You guys were talking about the PD injury earlier. I just want to quickly throw this out there because it was going through my head when you guys were talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, it was Tocchet who kind of was downplaying the injury, saying it wasn't something severe. I just thought I'd, sprinkle that a little bit in there because it was going through my mind when you guys were talking about, PD not admitting that there was an injury, and the team was kind of maybe he was told not to, and maybe Tocchet was obviously downplaying it, the whole tendonitis thing. So I just wanted to sprinkle that in there as well. Remember, Tocchet went on record and said, "I don't think it's severe."
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it was the tendonitis for one thing, but then it was also the wrist. I think he had a stint of time where he's had issues with his wrist and that he wasn't shooting, and that was what was attributing to his drop off in shots as well. Right. So, and then now I think the latest rumor was that this is a lifelong injury that he's gotta just play through, right? So he's gonna have to deal with it with his tendonitis or whatever that he has. So,
well, yeah, I think he's dealing with something
last
now.
thing I'm good. I think he is. So, last thing I'm going to comment on is this.
Yeah.
Yes. And then this.
Yeah.
Who's backing it up?
I remember this.
And then, downplaying it. So, yeah, I think that just answers all the questions. Like you guys
blow it up, man. If you're rebuilding, rebuild everything from top to bottom. Management, coaches, medical staff, just blow it up.
Yeah.
You know,
And
you're
Hangia,
gonna
thank
blow
you
up
for
the
this.
roster and
Appreciate
rebuild
it.
with a young core anyways. You know, leave no stone unturned. You know, go after the management, go after the coaching. Obviously, you guys,
Yep.
you know, want a new coach, fine. But at the same time, go after the health and medical professionals. Go after the medical team as well. Hate to
Just
see
tear it
people
down
lose their
for the
jobs, but
studs.
you know,
I've been
it's
saying
a
that.
common
Tear it down
trend
the
that's
studs.
happened way too many times with this team is their misdiagnosis of injuries. You know.
Yeah.
So
I mean, just look at Bluger
yeah,
and the amount of setbacks Bluger had.
yeah. Bluger, Demko,
And then you had
Forbert,
Hedel,
Pearson,
kind of.
Forbert.
Forbert hasn't even played,
Forbert.
and
We're
he's been out
done.
all season.
He's done.
Just have to say Forbert. We'll say Forbert, and we're
Forbert's
done.
retired.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Like,
yeah.
He's not coming back. It's just one
Have you noticed
debacle
how
after
we haven't
another.
heard anything about it? We haven't heard anything about Forbert at all since like the beginning of the season. We haven't heard a peep.
Yeah.
About him.
I
No one's
think
even
they're
asking
just
about him.
hiding him. I think they did something similar with Furlan, didn't they?
Yeah.
When Furlan was a Canuck.
ask Irvin about this. I'd love to hear what Irvin has to say on
About
this.
Furlan?
Like, it's just, yeah, bro. Like, him and I have talked about this.
And
Like,
then, this is
constantly,
the last
but-
one from me, but yeah.
Day-to-day injury is day-to-day in most worlds, but day-to-day to us is like week to week. The time frame is just.
I mean, Forbert was day to day.
Hedel was on the ice for the first time.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You know, he's trying to make a comeback.
Now it's like
and
what?
Terrible.
Why?
Terrible. Why put yourself in that position?
Exactly. Why? That's why when they posted him out there on the ice skating, I'm just like, why?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then I love Foot's comment too. You know, they're asking, like, you know, should he play? You know, should he, you know, keep playing the rest of the season? And he's like, well, I hope not.
Yeah.
No, the answer should have been a definite no.
No.
Not a hope not. It should be no. No.
Exactly.
There's no point.
It's no point.
Yeah. We'll edit there. I know, but G's
Thank you.
tired. I'm tired.
Yeah.
Even though I know G's had a lot longer day than I had. I mean, I had physio earlier, so. But nothing compared to a 12-hour day from G. G had his own type of physio, playing scrimmage earlier on the ice.
My back, I can't even like bend over right now. It's that bad.
Oh, geez.
Like,
take care, man.
It's.
Oh.
And
Speaking
I
of physio,
couldn't
you
sleep
might
last
need
night
some
because.
physio.
Yeah, I was so anxious about today. But yeah, it was
Go
fun.
give Selena a call and book a physio appointment or something.
What is she doing? Physio?
I think she schedules physios and stuff at one of her jobs.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see. Thank you once again for everyone that's been here. Have a great trip. Alfred, Hangia, thank you for just understanding. And Ryan Thompson, thank you for your comments. But we're gonna call it. We're at 3:53. Tyler's getting his 4 hours after his, like end of show sponsor read. So thank you once again, everyone. Thank you, Justin, for filling in because
anytime.
I was obviously not supposed to come. And we have viewers from Line Change, Headspace. Thank you for everyone. We will see you in
tomorrow night, Headspace.
Yeah, tomorrow night at 10. So that's in.
Well, tonight, technically tonight.
Goddamn.
Tonight.
So that's in, what is it? 19 hours, 19 hours and 20 minutes. We'll see you then. Make sure you guys check us out. Irvin has something cooked up for us, which I can't wait to to talk about. I spoke to some of the guys here at the game tonight, and they loved it. So all of you, make sure to check it out. Irvin's done some work on it, and yeah, thank you once again, Tyler, for letting me extend your show, and Justin
Yeah,
for
shout out
filling
Tyler.
in while I was out having fun and finishing off this. And thank you. Love you guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely. This was a lot of fun. And hey, like I've been saying, give me the watch hours. I'm like just under
Just keep 'em
300
coming,
away.
right?
So yeah, keep them coming. Keep them coming.
Yeah,
But you know,
exactly.
this was great. G, you already know how happy I am that you got this experience. Slightly
Yeah, I
jealous,
second that.
because I'd be lying if I wasn't jealous. I did look up the contest. Apparently, they posted it like 2 weeks ago on Facebook.
Yeah.
So I was like, how did I miss that? But I'm glad you had a great time. Hopefully they do it again, and I'll jump on that for sure.
Not this season.
But
Not
we'll
this
see.
season.
It might not
I
be one
already
of
talked to
those.
him about that.
No, I mean like
Not this season.
maybe next season they'll
It'll be
have
next
it.
season. It will. Apparently, they have
Yeah.
at least a couple of these each season. And I was talking to Captain Kirk about it, and he actually did one apparently last week, but it was for something entirely different. So, actually, not last week. I think it should be on the 12th or 13th. So
Yeah, I think I saw
but-
that.
Yeah. And yeah, but I think our group was the best. I mean, at some point, if we were able to group everyone playing today against that 12th and 13th group, we'd probably kill them. It was that good. Anyways, I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. Looking forward to Headspace tomorrow. I know you're going to talk a lot more about it, more in depth tomorrow about it. Hope maybe show some of the content you got. Definitely jealous. You,
Oh no, I'm
passing
out.
Kirk.
I'm passing out, bro. I'm passing out. I don't even know if I'm gonna even bother editing the videos. Like at most, I'll probably post something on Instagram, so check out for that. But I have a lot. I mean, I have content on. Like I actually brought my Pocket 3 and my phone onto the ice, put it on the side, and I started a group chat, and everyone was just like, "Oh my god, can you just post it on Google Drive?" So like it's gonna be a hopefully by Monday kind of thing. But tomorrow I'll explain it. What happened today? I kind of explained it here today, but I'm more excited for what Irvin cooked up for us tomorrow. And then hopefully next week we'll have an actual BS topic, which I have some hints on already for myself. But check that out, and let's leave it at that. Those are my last words for tonight.
Yeah,
sounds good.
For today.
Yeah. So yeah, check out Headspace Hockey tonight at 10 p.m. on the odd Friday. Usually it's a Thursday, but because of today, moved it to Friday. And of course, I'll be back for post game on Saturday against them stinking Flames. So hopefully they actually beat the Flames. I think Kepner and I were talking about that earlier. The one team that they beat in the next few games, it's got to be the Flames, especially after that draft thing that you and I did, Justin. Especially after that draft thing, seeing Calgary. I forget exactly. Didn't they get Malholtra in one of them? But anyway, that'll be it. We'll look forward to seeing you guys on Saturday here on the Line Change for the postgame show. Obviously, Headspace Hockey later tonight at 10. Be sure to check that out. Really glad we were able to do this. I know it's at almost 4 hours, but hey, that's what happens when you get three good-looking guys just talking, having a good. I thought we had some really good discussions. Like, yeah. Gerald's got his own now jersey that you're gonna have to put that up somewhere to hang on display. In the background, you got a jersey background now. So, yeah, this was great. Obviously, Justin, you're welcome anytime. Obviously,
appreciate it.
Love it. And yeah, we'll just, I guess, sign it up from there. Should we all do the punch to end it?
All right. You count us down.
All right. 3, 2, 1.